Like I'm 22, you know I'm 305. Tatted on my body, I got everybody in a job. Somebody hit the lights, camera, let me improvise. Can I get a hallelujah? More moolah, more peace for my medulla. The whole crew up, yeah. Louis Prada, Dundada, top flow, come take a ride up with the rider. I came up from the bottom. You have no idea. You can't swipe through my story. Write my name in his story. Oh, what a night, yeah. Sing it. Almost had me down, came back to life. Hell yeah, I'm feeling right. Who's gonna stop me now? Oh, what a night. Yeah, sing it. I can't even lie. What a time to be alive. Drinks in the sky, that's the high. Oh, what a night. Suicide doors fly, open eye, reemerge from the side like a god. I'm talking real guap. 23, 45 with the rock. I'm a lot, I am not what they think. I like it dirty, I'll be 50 with the ricochet. She threw it at me, I hit it right down the straight away. Feel like somebody put a blue pill in my lemonade. I think that's how I ended up in the bay with this pain in my head. You know I came up from the bottom. You have no idea. You can't swipe through my story. No sir, write my name in his story. Oh, what a night, yeah. Sing it. Almost had me down, came back to life. Hell yeah, I'm feeling right. Who's gonna stop me now? Oh, what a night, yeah. I can't even lie. What a time to be alive. Drinks in the sky, that's the high. Oh, what a night, yeah. Sing it. Almost had me down, came back to life. Hell yeah, right. Who's gonna stop me now? Oh, what a night, yeah. I can't even lie. What a time to be alive. Drinks in the sky, that's the high. Oh, what a night.
I just don't even know anymore what to say about that. Oh, I don't even know anymore what to say about much of anything, to be honest. Folks, it's totally freaking out of control. What in the hell? Is it like some type of super moon? Have people just lost their minds? What is happening? Seriously. It's like half the world is stuck on stupid. Hell, more than that. Absolute insanity lately. I tell you, absolute insanity. Is it a supermoon today? Well, imagine that. Maybe that's what's wrong. Because people have lost their whole ass minds. Do you hear me? Whole ass minds. Well, I don't know. Maybe I've just noticed it more over the last week or so. I mean, people have always been crazy, but this just seems like it's like the nuts have escaped the asylum more so than usual. I mean, hell, the nuts have always been around here on YouTube, but now they seem to have migrated to TikTok and they're I don't know. Just nuts. So the reason that I decided to do this tonight is because I went to Breeze Live this morning and I was literally astonished. Now, I know that since Gypsy got out of prison, the nuts have crawled out from under rocks and have decided to cover her case. I know that. That's exactly why I stopped talking about it, because, ugh. And I mean, let's face it, the nut of all nuts, Fancy, has been involved with this since the beginning. I mean, that's a precursor to the fact that it's a freaking nut job magnet. But, and she's gotten nuttier by the year, shit, by the day. And I truly don't even know if she functions in reality at this point. 3 days of the moon phase. Well, that's interesting. So anyhow, they were talking about this one particular man and the things that he has said. And I was over here, I was like, what? Huh? What? What? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Just batshit crazy. Hey Bubbles. Hey Jeanette. Hey Dimples. Well, and here's the thing, people are going to say what they're going to say. And, I haven't talked much about Gypsy's case in quite some time, just because I feel like it's been beaten like a dead horse. And I have no problem talking about the actual case itself, but I don't want anything to do with the drama. None of it. That's not what I do, and that's not what I want to do at all. If I wanted to do drama, I would be back over here full time, because everybody knows that I'm good at it. There's a reason I have the reputation that I have, and it's fairly valid for most reasons, other than the stupidity that people accuse me of. But my actual persona and who I am and how I behave, yeah, that's pretty spot on. I match energy and I treat people accordingly. If you're nice, I am too. If you're not, neither am I. Oh, Justice talks with Julia. Are there no filters available, Shug? I don't know. You should know. With your cartoon avatar. Let's see what you look like, Julia. Cracker Jack box. Let's laugh. It's about the size of my thumb. Anybody else? Matter of fact, we do things a little differently over here for those of you who are from TikTok. Here's the link. Come the fuck on up. And unlike the majority of you, I have no problem turning my camera on. I do it literally every fucking night over here with 0 filters. And most of the time, no makeup. The link is dropped. Come on, puss. Click it. Puss, 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 puss. Come on. Hop on up. You too. Let's laugh. Come on up. Let's have a little laugh. Shall we? I'm waiting. You all have such bravado behind your keyboards and your anonymity. Where are those balls that you pretend to have? Get on panel. Let's see you. See my wrinkles, my hair, my eyebrows are real. My hair's real. My wrinkles are real. Where are you? Oh, yes, I'm bald. Hmm. I don't have legs. I don't have on my eyelash filter. My lips are mine. Jump scare. Daisy and Dolly. Why don't you come on up, Shug? I dropped the link. Put your money where your mouth is, bitch, and get on up here and let's have a chitty chat. Shall we? I'm waiting. Where y'all at? Where are you at? Like, seriously, y'all have so much to say, but you can't tell me. We can't have a conversation. You just want to. Y'all want to talk about me and y'all want to talk about filter and everything else? Well, come on up and let's see what you look like, because nobody knows what you look like, period, filter or not. So let's see. A bunch of pussies. That's what you are. A bunch of pussies. You like to do this from your fingertips because you don't have the balls to do it from your lips to somebody's face. Because if you did in person, you'd get knocked the fuck out. I have never had an issue showing me and exactly what I fucking look like, ever. I have always came on camera, didn't care, and don't give two fucks what you think or anybody else for that matter, because I know who I am. And I don't need somebody on the internet's validation that I don't fucking know. If you're going to say something, say it with your whole fucking chest and get on panel and say it to me, not from your fingertips spewing diarrhea. This is why I chose to do this here, because over here I can say whatever the fuck I want to, and you can too. So come on up. Let's see. You're so brave. I'm so bad. You're so wonderful. Let's see. I am exactly who the fuck I am. Natasha fucking Cooper. The one and only. And this is my new recliner. Yes. The new recliner that I've had for months now. Where's this energy that y'all had over on TikTok and in here until I turned my camera on? Where's the energy? Oh, turn your camera on. Julia, turn your camera on. You're backstage. When you turn your camera on, I'll let you up here. You wanted to talk about my filters. Let's see what you look like. Because right now you're an avatar. When you show what you look like, I'll put you on panel. Sorry. You want to call me out and tell me to turn off my filters and turn the camera on? You do the fucking same. Or you can shut the fuck up. If you're not going to turn it on, I don't know why the fuck you're still sitting back there. You should change your name to Stupidity Talks with Julia. So you're just a puss, like I said, and won't turn on your camera. Another pussy. Bye. Again, here's the fucking link. If you have the balls to turn on your fucking camera, come on up. I'm in the mood to entertain it tonight. Love you, Lisa. I'm glad to see you. Where did all the big talkers go? Where are y'all at? Why aren't y'all clicking the link? Here, puss, puss, puss. Here, puss, puss, puss. Where are you at? I need to change the name of my fund to the Puss, Puss, Puss Fund. This ain't TikTok. And Julia, you said had so much to fucking say as long as you didn't have to show your face. Bitch, please. I'm almost 50 fucking years old. Do you really think I give a shit what some bitch on TikTok has to say about what I look like? Fuck you. And the broke down nag you rode in on. I literally was on here 2 nights ago with zero makeup on and didn't give a fuck, just like I don't now. At all. At all. And if you come up on my panel with an avatar, you're going to get blocked, Julia. Go back to fucking TikTok. You don't belong here. Anybody else before I turn my camera back off? I do look like a whole different person. I've lost 100 pounds. Oh my goodness, Lisa. That's what you said. Bless your heart. Anybody else? So let me make this very fucking clear before I get started. And yes, I realize my mother's in here. Sorry, Mama, for saying the F word so much because it's going to be said a lot tonight. If you have the audacity to call me out in my chat about some dumb shit like a filter or turning on my camera, then have the balls to click the link and get the fuck up here and let's see what you look like. Because on StreamYard, there are no filters. None. None. No, it's not an easy thing to do. Thank you. Anyone? One more time. Here's the link. Yes, Air Ride. Click the link. Come on up. I told you I got it from a Cracker Jacks box. It's about this big, about the size of my thumb. I keep it in a tiny little frame on my mantle with my tiny little Christmas tree and all the other tiny little things that I've ordered off the internet. Grow some balls. Click the link, Air Ride. Click the link. Let's have a little laugh together. I do feel better, Rosebud. Oh, Katie, I don't think I know. I know. And you're a weak motherfucker. You don't have to abbreviate here. It's motherfucker, not MFer. MFR. MFR. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Oh my God. Y'all some dumb bitches. Seriously. Who the fuck are you, KD? No fucking body. Abso-fucking-lutely nobody. Some dumb bitch on the internet who has so much to say about somebody they don't fucking know. Come on up, Katie. Pretty sure, Becky. I have not, and I'm glad you just said that because I'm going to text her right now. Thank you for reminding me, because since I'm not coming over here very much anymore. Now, can we get on with what we've been talking about? Me too, Carrie. Same exact thing. Anybody? No, it doesn't make me sick. Mm-mm. The first thing they put me on did, but that doesn't. No. Jess, I don't know. The reason that they gave it to me was because I was like borderline on the literal line to be diabetic. And I have literally been on the minimum, like the lowest dose the entire time. That's awesome, Susan. Y'all want to see my before and after picture? Before I get started with what I'm going to talk about? Tell me I don't look like a different fucking person. Jess, you won't want to eat. I'm telling you, I forget to eat. Oh, Julia, shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch, and go back to TikTok. Nobody gives a fuck what you had to say to begin with. Go back and kiss Steph's ass some more. You know, that dumb juvenile bitch that you sit with. Why don't you go battle her? That would be fun. Now shut the fuck up and move on. You are not wanted here, and you sure as fuck ain't needed. Dumbasses. Oh my God, here we go again. Exactly, dumb bitch. You ain't got to come in here under. Oh my God, people are so stupid. I got it, Planty. Thank you. Oh, sweet Jesus. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all this is my before and after picture. So this is me on February 4th. The picture on the bottom is February 4th, and the one on the top is me from last live here. Exactly, Leslie. Oh my God, native. What in the world? This late at night? Thank y'all. So before any of the rest of you stupid asses come on here and talk about a damn filter, let's see what you look like. I'm trying to find this one. I can't remember what the name of it is. Oh, thank y'all very much. I did. I really did, Rosebud. It was crazy. Long COVID is no joke. Oh, I do feel better. I feel a lot better. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. So this first person that I'm going to talk about, and let me say this because this is what I wanted to talk about tonight as far as about Gypsy. So the amount of people who have crawled out from under rocks since Gypsy got out of prison and started covering her case is astronomical. And I talked about it for a few months after the fact because Fancy was getting things wrong as fucking usual. But then I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I didn't. That's actually when I started talking about Micah Miller's case and I moved away from talking about Gypsy. I don't care about the drama. I don't care who she lays down with. I don't care about whether or not she's pregnant. I don't care about a lifetime. I don't care about any of that stuff. I talk about true crime cases, not about people's lives and drama anymore. Um, when I left over here, I left the drama behind and I have no desire to go back to it. Now, do not get me fucking twisted. I can in a heartbeat. And I will make you cry. I'm very good at it. That's why so many people don't like me. But I don't want to anymore. It's just not fun. I have other things to occupy my time. Much more fun things. Just saying. Anybody who has listened to me for any length of time and knows that Gypsy's case was the first one that I covered, and it is what got me started doing true crime to begin with. Um, exactly, Jess. Exactly. I'm trying to post on TikTok that I'm live over here. Hang on just a second, y'all. With some sexy ass man. Yes, yes. Babe, are you in here? He may have left. He wasn't here. I told him he wasn't going to like this. my God, Lonnie. That is hilarious. I know. Last night was funny. Everybody that comes over from TikTok is like that about wanting to tap the screen.
God, this, y'all, for any.
The hell? All right. Nah, pew pew pew. I know, right? Okay, so let me show you this crazy. This is the person that they were talking about today when I went into Breeze Live. This is the first person that they were talking about. And this particular person, I'm going to play you a live and or play you some of his content. And I want you to listen to the stupid shit that this person says. Now, before I play this, I want to, and I'm going to give commentary on it as well during and after. But let me say this to these dumb asses who make claims that Gypsy did not give birth and that Aurora is not real. I can say with 100% certainty that she is. And she looks like Ken. And she's happy and she's healthy. And I've seen that with my own eyes. My own eyes. Not something someone's told me. Not because I'm friends with Christy. My own eyes. I've seen Aurora. She is a perfectly healthy and happy baby. She's not a doll that has a plug-in in her ear. For God's sake. Oh, yes, yes. This is one of the things they're saying. I'm going to play you several things that they've said, but this is just one of them. Just wait till you see this. This just takes the absolute cake.
The one piece of irrefutable evidence that proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that Gypsy Rose Blanchard was never pregnant with Aurora and she never gave birth to her. Okay. After this, I want to lay this to rest. Okay. I want to do this one long form, this one last time, so I can put it on YouTube. YouTube, people on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and share. Let's get the truth out. Okay. Listen, without this, after this, you don't need any other information. Okay, guys. Gypsy Rose did not give birth to Aurora. That whole deal is fake. She lost that baby. Okay, she lost a baby.
Where did she lose her? Where did she lose her? In the park? Where did she lose her? I would love to know here, Shug. Where did she lose her? Because I'm quite certain that I just saw her. And she's perfectly healthy and alive. A hoarder like my mama? What? Looks like you're going bald like your mom, too. Are you embarrassed by Nabil being so feminine and immature? He's feminine? Again with the bald. What the look at this shit. And Sweet Cheeks is feminine. 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 Of all the things, of all the things that you could say, you think he's feminine? Hold on. Where am I going bald? Please, for the love of all that's holy, tell me, where am I going bald? Where? Can you please show me? Where am I going bald? Where? Because of the way I have my hair parted? That sounds like a fucking eye problem to me, not a hair problem for me. One thing I will never have to worry about is going bald. Unless I get COVID again, because I almost did go bald then. Here. Around the crown of my head? Seriously? Here? Where am I bald? No, Jeanette, I just have the fucking truth. These people are damn stupid as shit. Bald? Could you not come the fuck up with anything better than that? I'm bald like my mother. I'm pretty sure she has hair. And guess what? If she didn't, I could give her some. And Nabil is feminine? Where? Bald? I got more hair than I know what to do with. And my mother is a hoarder? What the fuck? Have you been in her home? Babe, can you please come up here for a minute? And turn your camera on so that we can see how feminine you are. Jack, some dumbass in here saying I'm bald. Because of how, I guess, because the way that my hair's parted and the front's white, I don't know if it's because of how the light reflects off of the white hair, so they think that I'm bald, but I'm like, where am I going bald? Please, somebody show me where. No, they said shit. They said that I was going bald like my mother, and that my mother was a hoarder, and that I'm embarrassed of Nabil because he's so childish and feminine. Babe,
Yeah,
now you look like a woman.
what the fuck?
I'm bald and you're feminine.
I am father of her.
Probably, Mama Stone. Babe, I guess they think women have beards.
Maybe on their side, women have beard.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're a woman themselves, and they probably have a beard.
Oh,
I think that's probably part of the problem.
yeah, maybe the women have 6 or 7, 8. Inches.
Can you turn your camera on for just a minute?
No, I am feminine.
What?
No.
Really?
Okay, give me a minute. I'm
Really?
just laying down on the bed. Oh.
If Sweet Cheeks is feminine, you're a man. Can somebody please explain? I can't even look at you and say this and not laugh. Feminine? Where? Where is he feminine? Stop. Yes, Carrie. Someone had a whole live earlier about you being bald and having a fake college degree and you dating a minor. Delta, what? You're a minor? You're a minor, babe. I'm a feminine minor. Hold on, let me put all this together. You're a feminine, minor, gay, twin
Twins.
that's
God
AI
fucker.
that has 2 children and you're married.
God fucker. Before
Oh,
that.
and you're a goat fucker. Is there anything that I missed?
I live in Appalachians.
Oh, yes, he lives in Appalachia.
Appalachia.
Uh-huh. 8 hours from me. Exactly. I think that's it. I think that's everything that they've said thus far. Oh, you also dumped me. No, I didn't know that, Delta. I didn't know that somebody was live saying that that I was bald and that I'm dating a minor.
Major. Oh, grand.
Really?
Maxi.
Really? Really? Oh yeah, Lynn. According to them, one of the twins has muscles and one doesn't. He's the one with the muscles, I guess. Right now.
One have 6 packs.
Babe!
Wow.
Really?
I said that one have 6 packs if you want to see. So I can.
No.
Okay.
Really? Really?
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
You know exactly what.
You know
I'll
I
just
never
hold
do
on. I'll
this.
show them your pictures. Hold on.
Okay.
One moment. I have to find them.
Okay.
Why do I have too many folders?
I've seen the private folder and nude folder.
What?
Private folder.
Did you really just say that?
What?
You know that's going to get clipped.
Hmm.
That'll be tomorrow's video.
How
Instead
was
of
your day?
goat fuckers.
How was your day?
What?
How was your day?
I don't even know.
What? You don't know?
Oh, Susan, he'll be fine.
Who?
Her son. He's spending the night away from home for the first time. Yes, Peaky, they do clip anything that they can use negatively. But I would love for one of them to please point where this man is feminine. Where? And where am I going bald?
I'm also bored, but I cannot show place. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I am going to kill you. Oh my God. What, Breezy?
The picture I just sent you. Jax. Native.
Oh my God! Breezy!
Somebody's Appalachian skies. Who's Appalachian skies?
That's Nikki. Her name is Nikki.
Who?
Y'all, look at what Breezy has done.
What Breezy done?
Just wait. Just wait.
Wait and watch. Okay.
Oh my God.
So, guys, I'm stuck in a tunnel. Please help.
You're what?
I'm stuck in a tunnel.
Breezy, why is my face shifted to the left?
Breezy.
Breezy, my face is shifted to the left.
Where is Breezy? Hey, Breezy.
Roger Matthews. How old is he? Old enough?
You are grounded, Breezy. Breezy say I do nothing.
Breezy just sent this to me. Well, I know that this isn't me. The top of my head doesn't look like this. Is he my son? No, he's my grandson.
I'm your father, Roger Matthew.
He's my grandson. What are you doing? I don't know where she got it.
Hey, Breezy, tell me, you made this?
There you go. No, she told Chat GPT to make me look like I was bald. And this is what it came up with.
To make everyone bold. I send you my picture so you can board. Jax too.
I am on camera every night. I don't understand. I did. I took my wig lid off.
I'm also worried about my wig.
Well, don't move too much so it doesn't come off.
Oh yeah, that's why I set it all the time. See? Oh, it's look like real hairs, am I right?
It does. Yes, it looks real.
Yeah, because it is very cheap wig.
And it looks amazing to be a wig or a toupee, I
Yeah.
should say.
I have fake hair there and
I,
here. Give
that's
me
actually
some
a thing.
chance.
That's actually a thing.
Just, I said just there.
You have fake hair on your chest. Well, yeah, I'm sure you do because you're still like 12.
What?
Apparently, you're 12. I,
9.
I don't know.
Yeah. My size is not 12. It's 9 or 8.
But
What size? What size?
I know what they're trying to do, Vicky. I know. That's what I'm saying. The stuff that they say though is so stupid. He's feminine and a minor, and my mother's a hoarder and bald, and I am too.
And they are motherfuckers.
What?
And they are motherfuckers.
They are motherfuckers? Is that what you just said?
Is that what you listen? So I think so.
Really? Really?
I can go back to my turn now. Yes, yes, yes.
Well, Jax, the funny thing about it though is they act like whatever, and it's so funny because it's these dumbasses. They are trying to derail this live, but let me get back to that.
Leslie say I died. My sister Missy. Missy is her sister?
No, she was just using that as a term. All right, here we go. Okay, let's get back to this.
Back to
Here we go to this
Wishy.
toothless.
She never did. Okay. And this piece of evidence alone, you don't need anything else, guys. You can't get through what I'm about to tell you and then still say, well, but she still might be pregnant, though. That doesn't prove it, really. It doesn't really. Because what I'm about to tell you does prove it. Okay? It can't be any other way. And it's the divorce, guys. Listen to me.
What?
They finalized her divorce on December 9th. That is a fact. That is a fact that we all must stipulate to. The divorce was indeed finalized by a judge. Okay? She supposedly gave birth a couple weeks later, December 28th, which we know is untrue, but that's the story, right?
What? It's untrue.
You guys, there's no judge in this country, call any family court you want, that would not have continued the case until after the baby was born to obtain a DNA sample from all three. They're trying to lie and tell you that they are able to non-invasive for legal purposes, and you cannot. A court of law does not use it for legal paternity.
And you cannot too.
You can use it for your personal reasons on a commercial level. Okay?
Okay. This is some dude named Karma Collector. He calls himself Karma Collector. He's on TikTok Well, I don't guess he is anymore. He came to YouTube now, but he was on TikTok and he has made some of the most outlandish claims I have ever heard in my life. And it gets
Look
better.
at his face.
I know, babe. I know. Just
So
listen,
please remove it.
babe. Listen to what this man, he says all kinds of things, but this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. These are the absolute lunatics who are creating content about Gypsy. And all of the rest of them are just this ignorant. This man legitimately needs psychiatric evaluation. Just listen.
All right. If you want to find out for yourselves, and then you go get the court. Okay, that's how it works. Let me explain this to you. Number one, no judge at all would ever accept that for that, ever. So that didn't happen. Okay. Now we know her divorce was finalized on the 9th. Okay. No divorces are ever finalized, ever, unless paternity is handled. They leave it open. You guys, there's never, ever a rush on a divorce. Never. You can't tell the judge, well, hurry, I want to get married again. There's not even any paper. There's not even any motions to file to expedite things. Okay? In criminal court, the defendant has a right to speedy trial. Now, typically on the day that you go to plead guilty or not guilty at your arraignment, they ask you, typically you're going to waive your right to speedy trial because you don't want to be rushed.
Yes,
right? But
believe
if you're incarcerated, you have a right to a speedy trial. They have to take you within 180 days or they gotta let you go. Because it's a criminal trial and people can be held and their freedom taken away. You understand? There is none of that with divorce. There is never, ever, ever, ever a rush on a divorce. There is not any paperwork to file. There's no motions to file to expedite. There isn't that.
Oh my God, here we go again. Lala Boo Boo had to get a younger man on a visa. Is he off 90-day fiance? No, he certainly isn't, nor will he ever be. And what? Y'all are fucking stupid. Seriously, fucking stupid. Some other dumbass in the chat.
That's not a thing. And every judge always continues it till after the baby's born, and they get a specimen off of it. If she was really pregnant and was really going to give birth in December, they would have continued that case to probably April. There's no rush ever on a divorce, guys. Please stop the nonsense. Use the good sense that God and Granny gave to you. This is how it has to work. If she were really pregnant, okay, they would have waited till after the baby was born. And then a court order would have been filed, when you hear the word order, guys, that doesn't mean they had to be made to do it. That's just the paperwork fucking name. Okay? It doesn't, they're going to do it of their own volition. They're going to do it voluntarily, but it's a court order. You still have to do it that way. It has to be on the record. It's a fucking divorce. It's a dissolution of fucking marriage. Excuse me. Okay. So this is how it has to go. They would have waited till the baby was born. They would have filed a court order for Ryan to be tested. Has to be, because he is the husband and is therefore the presumed father of any baby that comes out of the marriage, period, until it's proven otherwise. You cannot go get your own little DNA test from somewhere and bring it to court and say, oh, okay, here it is. We proved it. Okay, there it is. It doesn't matter. It's his DNA. It's his DNA. It doesn't matter. There you go. You cannot do that. There is an orderly way things are done in the law, and you cannot go outside of it just because you're Gypsy Rose Blanchard and you sold your soul to the devil. Now, after presume that she was pregnant, which she wasn't, Ryan would have, if he came back not the father, then they go to the mother and say, okay, give us a name, chickie. And then she would have presumably gave up Ken Urker. Then there would have been another court order.
Y'all, don't engage with the dumbasses in the chat. I'm just blocking them the minute they come in. Just ignore them.
Filed for Ken Urker to do it. Now, And each of these times, these gentlemen, and I use that term loosely because they're lying cowards, would have been given a paper at the day of court when they're court ordered to go get the lab work. And on that paper would have given a list of the labs you're allowed to go to. Might be 1, might be 4, depending on the size of where you're at, or somewhere in fucking between. It has to have a special license, a forensics license. Forensics doesn't always mean just blood and crime scenes and fingerprints, okay?
No.
It covers a lot of shit. It's because there's a very strict and tight chain of custody, because you're establishing paternity that is serious, guys. What if you can't get that wrong? What would happen if you got it wrong and then you tell this guy he's not the father, and then 6 years later the woman's like, and then I was wrong, I lied, and now he missed out. No, they don't fuck around with that. Okay? It's very serious. It's a very strict chain of custody. They would have made Ryan do that. And the baby and the mother would have went too. And they would have obtained a specimen from all of them. And there would have been a chain of custody. And when that came back negative, they would have done the same thing with Ken. And then presumed that came back positive. Then in the divorce, it would have been written. And more importantly, the judge would have pronounced on the day of the divorce, because actually, believe it or not, whatever the judge pronounces, speaks, overrides what's on paper. I know you think, oh, karma collector, no, what's in writing? Well, no, not in court. It's what's pronounced. Long story, but we actually had a case, criminal, that got the sentence fixed because of that. But that's a long story. We don't need to go there. The judge has to then pronounce, most importantly in court, what the details are of the divorce settlement. This divorce was completely clean. There was no motions filed at all anywhere. They're lying pieces of shit. There wasn't any motions filed. They're liars. And what I'm saying is, and then the court would have pronounced, and there was a child born within the marriage. And the husband, who was normally the presumed father, call us old-fashioned, and it would have said, is not the father and is therefore not responsible for support. And they would have waited till the baby was born and got a sample from all of them. They would have done it exactly how I fucking said. None of this mailing in specimens and saying, I promise it's so-and-so. Tell me who the baby daddy is. This is not the Maury Povich show. This is fucking a court of law and a dissolution of marriage, and this is not how it works. And I don't care who you are and what crazy anecdotes you're going to come up with in my comments with your stupid lies, but a judge never, ever, ever, ever leaves paternity open. Ever. They cannot do that. And they will not do that. And there's no reason to do that, because there's no rush on a divorce, you guys. I've seen divorces go on for fucking 5 or 6 years. Listen to me. I want to put this to rest. Gypsy Rose Blanchard, I always used to say was never pregnant, never had a baby, but she was pregnant and she lost the baby, unfortunately. But she never gave birth to Aurora, and there was never a baby born within this marriage. She wasn't pregnant at the time of the divorce.
Oh my God.
It's all bullshit. The whole deal with Aurora is one big lie. Come to grips with it. Time to fess up, Gypsy Rose Blanchard, and I'll see you in the next video.
Dude, first of all, go clean your tooth. Second of all, you're a fucking lunatic. 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 It gets better. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Hang on. trying to find this one video. Here we go.
Hey, TikTok and YouTube. YouTube, please like, subscribe, and share. Okay, listen, this is very important. I don't want this just to slip by. It's just another little video Karma Collector made. That last video I made, the last one on YouTube, is very significant. This is one of the most important ones I've made, man. The thing with the playpen up top, advertisement, and then the very first article that they put in there was on that Marie Noe, who killed 8 of her 10 children, one of which she lied and said she went to do the laundry, and she came back and it was suffocated under a pillow that she left in the playpen. This is what they did. When you type in, whatever the fuck it's called, I forgot what it's called, but Dottie, whatever, damn it, whatever. You type in that playpen, it's going to bring up the playpen that Gypsy Rose has. It shows it, the exact playpen. And then when you scroll down, the very first article is on the serial killer Marie Noe, which has nothing to do with the playpen or sales of playpens. Why is it on that Google page? Why is it there? And when you read it, it tells you one of her daughters, Kathy, she went to do laundry and then says she came back in the playpen. She was suffocated under a big pillow. And that is why Gypsy had those big pillows out there. And that is why she's got that same playpen. They showed us in that article that they're going to lie and they're going to say that that baby accidentally suffocated under a pillow in that playpen while Gypsy was in the shower or doing something innocent. We cannot just let this go, man. This proves a lot of things. This proves she's trying to get out from under the baby, but this more importantly proves that she's with the Luciferian and the Illuminati. She's with them. This shows that, guys.
Y'all.
I know you all think, oh, that's not proof. It's not. You all don't understand how proof works and what evidence is. When something points to just, why is that article in there? Why did she show us those pillows? Because they were going to try to say that the baby's suffocating. That's how she gets out from under him. Now, probably they're not going to try it now, just like they filmed all that footage to do a car accident. I know that they did. I had people there that saw them filming, guys. Okay? They filmed the whole thing. They had a wrecked up car. They showed the car being towed away. Okay? And then they're going to they had her in their little Lifetime studios in Mississippi, where they filmed like that in the emergency room. They did all this, and they made a thing that they were going to post to us, like updates, like, oh God, she was just taking Aurora. We got in a bad car wreck. They're going to show the car and all that. Then it's going to be an update of them in the hospital, them a little bruised up with makeup on and shit, talking about, well, we're fine, but Aurora's up in intensive care. It's in emergency surgery. It's hit and go. She was thrown from the car. They were going to do that.
I see.
They filmed it and they had it ready to go. And I like to think it's me that foiled their plan. Or they're still holding on to it and they may go for it. But then they were definitely going to do the pillow suffocation thing. That is what they're doing. And that is why they have that article there showing us this woman killed her baby and then blamed it on her suffocating under a pillow in a playpen. And there, don't you see how Gypsy in that video with that fake avatar baby, how those pillows are they're a focal point. They're right in our face, these big, huge pillows. And that's why. Because what was going to happen now is in a couple weeks or something, they're going to say, oh my God, Gypsy was in the shower. Gypsy was doing something and she just left Aurora there. And it was, innocent. And she under the pillow, she died. She's gone now. So tragic. Okay, they have to get out from under this baby. And this is what their plan was. I'm telling you, maybe they'll still try it. I doubt it now. Let's see what they do next. I'm going to stay on top of this bitch every move she makes. Okay? So please, guys, spread this around. Tell people, explain to people, show people. Look, man, that's the playpen she has. They planted an article in here showing this bitch serial killer killed all her children. One of them, she blamed on suffocating accidentally in the playpen under a pillow. And then, come on, you guys. Please, this is one of the most important things I've done, is that video. Because it shows that she is with this fucking group, that she's one of them. That is not a coincidence, guys. And that was placed there, just to show us in their abstract way, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. And they also laugh about it. Oh, it's right in our face. Look, we showed them. Look, duh, there's the playpen. Duh, she's talking about suffocation. Duh, oh, look at all the pills. And they can laugh at us. Well, we got away with that now. And that's how she'll get out from underneath that baby, guys. I know what I'm talking about. Stop with this. Well, we need proof. We need proof. That is proof. That's the proof. When I lay everything out for you, that's the proof. These people are like, well, we need proof of the proof. Where you got the proof? How the blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Stop coming in my comments saying stupid shit like that. If you're not smart enough to understand what I'm telling you, then you probably should go elsewhere. Because the smart people and the people with sense understand what I'm talking about. And they know perfectly well that I'm showing them concise proof of all this shit. They know it. Okay? All right. But I know a lot of you are just trolling with that shit. And a lot of you
this man is psychotic. Like, seriously. And
Too much.
there's an entire group of these people on TikTok who say that the baby isn't real, that it's a reborn doll, that there's a plug in its ear that automates it, that the baby's AI. I cannot believe the amount of people who make videos about this shit. Literally. And there are people who believe them. Yes, there are people who believe it.
I don't know. The people's play. The fucking people's play.
I don't. I don't know. I, I don't even know. I'm trying to find this other one. Yeah, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Here we go.
Everyone, I'm in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because when the people is yelling, I I make volume down.
What?
See when the fucking the people, like the man or the woman, I don't
I
know,
can't hear you.
is yelling. I say
Huh?
that. I say that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
The man or the woman which you can play with, I don't know. Is man or not? It's yelling, so I need to down the volume. Fuck.
Okay. This is the next one.
All right, guys.
Ah.
No, I'm just gonna make
Okay,
this other
okay,
video
okay.
now
Wait,
to
wait. Stop,
just
stop,
try
stop,
to
stop.
tie some things up, loose ends
Stop.
type deal. First off, please like, subscribe, and share. If you have any
What?
questions, again,
Across.
No, we're gonna do it next week. Next week, Danny. We rescheduled it because I was supposed to battle that dumbass Steph's case files last night. And today's Christy's birthday, but we'll do it at some point next week, maybe.
Okay, bye, y'all. Have a great day. I'm in the chairs, okay?
Okay. Bye.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my I'm gonna go ahead and put my. I'm sorry, I want to put that on do not disturb so it doesn't do that obnoxious beep in the middle of it. I want to put my email address down in the comments below. Again, just put Karma Collector in the what the hell's it called? The subject line. Put that in the subject line. That way, when I go in there, that I'll just get the ones that are for me. Okay. So I just want to hit on some things here, and clear some things up. Again, please just ask
Get
questions
ready.
for me to clarify in
Y'all
the
ain't ready
comments
for
if you don't mind other people seeing them. All right.
Get ready.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to talk about this real quick. When I tell you about, I know she made a deal and I know she sacrificed her mother. I've got all this information from all these people is why, number one, but there's more than that, guys. I also know that she's affiliated with a bunch of people that are in the occult. I also know that Dee Dee was actually involved with them. I'm not saying she was a Dee Dee Luciferian because she wasn't wealthy and all that, and she didn't have that, but she was adjacent. I discussed adjacent people before. She worked with them in some things. Okay. So this is deep rooted. And I don't know that Rod and them aren't in it either prior to her being in it. And we'll talk about that later, Rob and me, not me, I'm sorry, Christy, Rob and Christy's role, right? I don't know that they weren't involved prior. I don't know that. I do know that turns out Dee Dee has occult roots and she was into some witchcraft too and stuff, guys. There's a reason that they got flown out of Katrina like that and sent there where they were sent to. But that's another video or two also. I'm sorry, guys. But I want to talk about this.
I told y'all.
Well, I come to the conclusion, and for sure I know that she did trade her soul for and sacrifice her mother for fame and fortune. I know that.
Okay, so I think this is what I'm going to do because there's too many of these stupid fuckers. Like seriously, there's more than a handful of them. Like I'm literally going through this list that was sent to me, and I'm going to have to do multiple lives about this and showcase each one of them individually because they're all so stupid. This is insanity in real time. Insanity in real time. He has a huge following. I didn't even look to see how many followers he had. He has 1.26K subscribers on here. The fact that he has any is disturbing. Let me look at some of the comments on this. 67 comments. Holy shit. What I can't figure out is why they didn't show the slit throat. This karma collector says, why do you think they lied and tried to say she bled internally or some shit to try and explain why there's no blood in the bedroom, virtually none. They drained her in the kitchen. This person says, I can't wait for your next video already. I love it. Makes so much more sense. Oh my God, you have it down right. Love your videos. I agree with you. I love that I found your channel. You make so much sense. I'm gonna tell y'all what this is. I'm gonna tell y'all what this is. This is fucking scary. Do you hear me? This is exactly the same thing that these dumbasses do to me. And these fucking idiots believe it. This is absolute insanity. And the fact that this many people are this fucking ignorant. In all honesty, we should all be afraid to leave our houses. And I'm saying that with 1000% sincerity. Thank you, Summer. Yes. If you are enjoying the live, the content, please, tips and donations are very much welcome. I set a goal tonight of $100. And I am literally over here not believing the shit I'm listening to.
Number one, what they want that house for, I understand and I know that. The fact that everyone's telling me this shit and it matches what happened with the crime scene, it all matches. All the symbolism she does, all the shit with the dates she does, and the fact that all this shit was handed to her. Okay, all the shit when she got out, 10 million TikTok people handed to her. Those weren't people that organically just signed up to follow her because, oh God, Gypsy Rose is getting out. Not 10 million people. Those are bot farms. Those were paid for her. Those were given to her. Instagram too. The book deal lined up for her. The mainstream media tour lined up for her. Kim Kardashian, Jeffree Star, both Luciferians, lined up for her. The documentaries and shit lined up for her. All of the TV show, all lined up for her. That's what they do. Right? This is why we know all of these things together, that beyond a shadow of a doubt, that's what this is, and it's nothing else. She sacrificed her mother in exchange. There's no other rhyme or reason this dumb bitch who has zero talent, zero likability, has nothing going for her. She's not beautiful. She's not glamorous. She's not funny. She's not smart. She's not intelligent. She's not from a wealthy, powerful family. There's no rhyme or reason for her to be handed all this shit simply because she killed her mother and played abuse. None. That is why. Okay? That is why. Also, guys, this evidence. This is Greene County, Missouri. It is not a little podunk town. It is Springfield. It is one of the bigger cities in Missouri. It's not a podunk town. There's no way this police work would have been this sloppy normally. There's no way. This was a cover-up. This was a straight cover-up, and they were all the people that were told to do it were in on it. We'll get to that. Okay, I just want to show you that there's no way that this should have happened this way. She hired a hitman, Nick, to take away one of her family members. Of course, she should have got life and he would have got the plea deal. In any other situation that would happen, that's more evidence that this is what this was. This was a deal, and they cover you. Okay? They help you with the law right away. Of course they do. Especially if you did it during your fucking sacrifice. So this is what would have happened, guys. Let's just go this way. Okay? Immediately after, the Facebook post. Remember the Facebook post? This is after the night of sacrifice. After Gypsy did the deal, she was supposed to contact David somehow or get with him. I don't know how that worked exactly. At that point, something happened where now she's gone to Wisconsin or whatever. He's like, do the Facebook post. I'm sure he put her up to that. I don't think she's smart enough. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. But the point of the Facebook post was for them to get the IP address and transfer and locate where they were and come there.
Jay,
exactly what happened.
This is.
And then she comes up with this cockamamie thing when they ask her, "Oh, because I wanted them to find her and make sure Mama got a proper burial." Now, we know what she did to her mother and why. Okay? But that being said, we also know that this motherfucker could give 2 Alabama flying squirrel fucks about her mother's burial and them ever finding her. And she knew goddamn well they didn't have the money to bury her anyway, and it would have been a fucking cremation just like it was.
I know it was, Joe.
She knew that. She's a manipulative idiot. She did that for a reason. It was to get them there. Why did she mail the knife back there, guys? Let's talk about that. Why did she mail the knife back there and hide it in the closet? She had something up her sleeve, right? Was she supposed to go to the police station and say, oh, well, the evidence was too heavy, guys. The police had to go the way that they went. And we're going to do a whole thing with the police interviews in the next video, okay? And so the knife mailed back, we know that was some kind of way to set him up and all that. We know that, right?
Who is we?
How about
the voices in your head?
Let's cover this. The medical examiner was, of course, paid to do what they were supposed to do, right? I know that because listen to me. Any medical examiner worth their salt, not even done with their medical examiner fucking residency as a pathologist, out of medical school, just in the pathology residency, they already would have learned that those 13 stab wounds and carving on her fucking back, she was still alive when that was done because it was a torture ritual, which means when they were doing it and when they were done, immediately because she was still alive, platelets and all other kind of things were coming in, clotting factor out there to start trying to heal it. And they know, and this would have continued, this process would have continued till after they slit her throat when she died, and even a little bit after that.
They didn't slit her throat.
And they could tell by microscopic, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't, examination, which they would have done. They would be able to tell how far along in the healing process this became before it was interrupted. And then they would know that the slit in the throat, which is what took her out, period, they could tell by the tissue around there how long that was done approximately after this other shit was done. And then they know when Nick came at least an hour or an hour and a half post-mortem and then stabs her in the back 4 times, that those were done post-mortem. They were done after the throat was slashed, and which was done before 4, or the throat was slashed, which was
I want to say this to this crazy lunatic. Sir, have you ever spoken to Nick? Have you ever asked Nicholas Godejohn what happened? Because you are basing all of your bullshit on your imagination. Because I've talked to Nick. And I know exactly what happened because Nick told me. And he has not been under any illusion that Gypsy is in his corner for quite some time. And he has never once changed his story about him being the one who unalived Dee Dee and that she was awake when he got there and was literally asking him who he was. Whoever this is must be a freaking fancy convert. Because this sounds like that cockamamie bullshit that she was saying about her being unalived in the shed and bled out and pushed back into the house. Yes, he does.
was done, excuse me, after the carving on her back in the torture ritual. And anyone in any kind of fucking pathology school would have figured that shit out even on their own. And this is not a podunk tout. That they assign the medical examiner that is either adjacent or a Luciferian themselves, and they were told what to do. Fix this shit just to make it look like he came in and stabbed her and took it out, and that's that. Take the onus off of her and put it on this dude, however you need to do it. Okay, the medical examiner was totally in on it. That's why they assigned them. But that will be in part of the police cover-up by itself video. But they knew that. 100% they knew that. They knew he didn't kill him or take him out, and they knew it was way after that. Period. How did they just overlook that evidence? It's absolutely ridiculous. The one bus ticket, she only bought the one bus ticket because she knew neither one of them are going to leave town. But she couldn't make him suspicious. Like, well, baby, why aren't you buying us bus tickets back? The plan is we escape back, right? So she just bought the one to shut him up, and then now the plan failed. She didn't kill him like she was supposed to, so she got to buy it. They have to wait now and buy the second one. Okay.
Now she was supposed to
Let's
kill
see.
him.
So I'm pretty sure that David Blanchard told her to fucking do that Facebook post. But if there's any correspondence between those two, phone calls or texts, we'll never learn of that. That's part of going to be swept under the rug because they know David's in on it. You can tell by David's police interview. Go watch it on Trixie Lane. I'll have to cover that and show you what's happening in there, the codes between them. Remember, the police and David Blanchard know that all interrogations in America now are videotaped with sound. Always. Because too many people say that the police roughed them up in there and they've coerced confessions and shit out of them. Not anymore because everyone's going to see and hear it. They do it standard everywhere. You have to. They have to do it. And everyone knows that going in there. I will show you how they taught code. I will show you how the detective that was interrogating Gypsy Rose at first had to just get her to admit it, and then how he came to her defense and turned it all the way around and tried to lead her right into saying he did it. I'll go through that with you, okay? This was a cover-up from the jump. David Blanchard then would either went to his guy or Gypsy said, listen, we're on our way back to Wisconsin, da-da-da-da-da. At that point, she probably told him, he probably instructed her something. I don't know what. Whatever they told her. At the police station, she was trying to play dumb like nothing happened. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, we just came up here. Duh. You know, and then I don't know what that was supposed to happen with that. I can't get in her mind, and I don't know the conversation between them. I think it was going to be something like, he kidnapped me, made me come here, and that knife, see that knife with his fingerprints is all in his closet because that's who he killed my mom with. Or I don't know what was going to happen. But that part backfired. But they knew the evidence was too strong. So they knew they had to just get her in it and that she admitted to it, but he did it. He went crazy. Remember the detective? I know you're doing so good, Gypsy, now that you told. First he was hard ass with her. Then he got it out of her.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't be surprised. No, they wouldn't have told her that because they wanted her not to act. They wanted her to be for real. That scratch that.
This is crazy.
But he first was hard on her. And then as soon as she said, okay, well, then it was like, okay, baby, you're doing so good. You're doing so good, Gypsy. Tell me. I know, baby. He was too strong, huh? You couldn't stop him. You couldn't stop him, could you? I know, Gypsy. Go back and watch this shit. That's the moment he turned. And now it's going to help her because the animal Nick did it. When this bitch is the one that did it and put it on this dude. This was a big grand scheme and a big grand plan. And the minute they found out the shit went wrong, they set into motion. Once they called their fucking, once David Blanchard got with his go-to person and said that, oh, it's all fucked up, they immediately got with Greene County. Remember, they had to send detectives to Wisconsin first. Remember, they had to extradite him back and all that. They had time and stuff, guys. Think about it. I got to stop here, and I'll see you in the next video.
Y'all. Get ready.
All right. Good morning, guys. All right. This is probably going to be a long video, but then I may have to cut it off at some point and just make like a part 2. I don't know where it's going to go, and I'm going to have to ramble in certain different directions and everything, man. I'm trying to finally tell you guys about what happened that night from information that we've received. I'm going to go over all that. All right. And then it may have to be to a part 2, but I'll do it pretty quick. All right. I'm sick, man, but
You sure?
I got to get this out of the way because, guys, Wendy Adelson, check this out, man. The grand jury there in Tallahassee meets, I believe, September 17th. If not, it's a couple days either way.
Why is he close to me?
And Luis Rivera, who was the getaway driver. Those of you that know the case know what I'm talking about. Those of you that don't, you need to please check out the murder of Dan Markel so you know about Wendy Adelson because she's next up. That was not a murder over custody. She manipulated her family into having him murdered as her sacrifice, just like Gypsy sacrificed her mother. Okay. Dan Markel's his name. Please look it up. All right. The getaway driver, the one that took a plea agreement and has testified against all of them. He's the reason they've all gone down. He's already been to 4 trials and 4 of them have been convicted. They moved him from prison to Tallahassee jail. There's a reason they did that. He doesn't have a plea. He doesn't have an open appeal. He's not back on appeal. Initially, that's what you would think. Because he took a plea agreement. He got a sweet deal, but he agreed to testify against everyone, and they need him. They need that dude's testimony to make it work. See, so I'm pretty sure he's back for this grand jury, which means once that convenes, normally pretty quick after that, they'll release the indictment on her. They're for sure gonna indict this bitch, man. All right, now we got to get back to Gypsy. Just want to talk about that. All right, the night of the ritual and sacrifice. Okay, first of all, we got to talk about the evidence and what I have. Okay, first of all, it's hearsay. It's hearsay 3 levels deep. Of course, this isn't a court case. I'm just telling you guys what happened. You can choose to believe it or not. I'm going to connect it to the interrogations and all the other loose ends that people are wondering, why is that? What's up with that? And you're going to see. Okay, hearsay only happens on a witness stand.
I wish I could
not in real
face.
life. Okay, it just means someone on the witness stand is trying to repeat what they heard. They heard it, now they're trying to say it. Mary Jo told me, objection, hearsay. There are exceptions to the hearsay rule, and one of the main one is you can repeat something that the defendant said to you. That's not hearsay because, well, you're probably, accusing them. You're an eyewitness that's accusing them of something, and you can say, well, they said that. That's not hearsay. Also, for the most part, there's certain things that are out. if a witness has taken the witness stand before the witness that's there now,
Just knowing
and
everything
they
I know about this
testified to
case,
something
listening to
that
this
was said
man
by
is-
them, this new witness, if they have knowledge of it and there is a foundation that's been laid, can be asked to corroborate what that other person said, if it was something they said type deal. All right. And there are a few other exceptions, but none of them would be applicable to what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. So that's what hearsay is. You heard it. Now you're trying to say it. That only exists on the witness stand. That's not a thing in real life. That's just, people, someone told me something, you believe it or not. All right. But I'm trying to show you what happened and do this in a, formal type manner here as best as I can. All right.
Okay.
So
While you sniff,
the evidence, I told you, these are mainly ex-girlfriends. It's also ex-friends. There's some guys. Information about and from what they heard from David Blanchard, Dan Glidewell, and Brian Rogers, aka Ace Bannister. Not so much I don't think from David Blanchard. He's not got a big mouth as much as the other two. Okay. The other two get drunk and fucked up and they like to brag. They think it's cool.
Yes, Regina.
That they're devil worshippers and they do these things to people. Well, it's going to be their downfall. All right. So these people, now you have to understand. Okay. The number one hurdle, guys, is you have to trust him. I'm telling you the truth. I mean, if you don't believe me and you think whatever, I mean, I guess you can hang out for the entertainment purposes if you think I'm crazy and I'm just lying. But I have no dog in this fight. We're just trying to expose these evil type people. And they're the only ones I'm going to expose. Or if it's got rituals
I think you're
sacrifice involved, right? I'm not making any money. In fact, I'm spending money doing this. I'm not.
That makes you.
I don't care about people knowing me. And you people that say you're doing this for clicks and views, I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, I want people to view it because I want people to know the truth. That's why we're doing this. No one's making any money. I'm never going to monetize. I don't even know how, and wouldn't try to. Okay. Who the fuck on YouTube would want to advertise their videos on my type content? Think about that, guys. No one's making any money. I'm not trying to be famous. I don't give a fuck about any people knowing me. Just trying to tell the truth of all these people. And I'm trying to move on to Wendy Adelson when she gets arrested. That's what we'll do. Until then, we're going to talk about this raggedy bitch still. All right. So what the first hurdle is you have to believe me. Knowing I have no dog in this fight. Okay. And I'm telling you, I don't lie to people unless I'm trying, except it's two reasons. To avoid hurting your feelings. If you tell me, oh my God, do I look fat in this dress and you have gained some weight and you're kind of busting it out a little bit, I'm going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you, oh, no. Okay. To avoid hurting your feelings. The other thing is, if I'm trying to help someone or help putting on a surprise party for someone, you have to tell lies for that. You have to tell a whole shitload of lies or you're going to fuck the surprise up. Those are the only two instances I will lie.
Comparing this to a surprise party and you looking fat.
But anyway, you don't know that. I could be lying about that, right? Okay, well, so you have to believe me. Then you have to believe the people that you don't know at my organization that took all of this data, put it together, compiled reports for me. You have to trust that these people you don't know, did they take did they take the information from what we've gathered, the actual, really what the witnesses say?
Stop sniffing!
Compiled an accurate report from them. You have to believe that too. Okay? Now, on top of that, you have to believe that what these people came to report to us said is true.
His organization.
Okay? Now, but you have to understand, these people, some of them knew each other, some of them not. And some of them, it's over years of time, guys. This has been 10 years old, this crime. And a lot has happened to people.
Oh!
If it's different people that don't know each other in the same type shit, okay, that's what we're dealing with here, okay?
No, we're dealing with
So you have to believe that these people are telling the truth, although they're telling the same things.
Insanity.
Okay? You have to believe that. Okay? Now, I want to give this example, so maybe that can help you decide whether you want to believe that or not. Okay?
I wouldn't doubt that, Ava.
Let's put it to a court of law. All right? Juries want fingerprints, they want blood, they want videotapes, they want direct confessions, they want shit like that. Okay, I get that. But a direct eyewitness testimony saying something they saw they know knowledge of, they witnessed, the person confided in them that's on trial. That is evidence. That is good evidence. That is direct evidence, actually. That is direct evidence. The same like blood, that is direct evidence, okay? It's the jury's, the trier of fact. It's their duty to decide whether they believe the witness or not, period. And the judge always instructs in jury instructions, always, before the jury goes back, any of the witnesses for the state or for the defense, you can believe some of what they say, you can believe all of what they say. You don't have to believe them at all. You can throw their testimonies out altogether if you want, even if you believe them, he says. And he says, you can believe part of their testimony, and you can believe the other part's a lie and throw that out. You, as a trier of fact, have to determine that, okay? So
I really think he does.
I'm asking you to have to do that with these people, right?
And
okay.
these people in his
Now,
comments do too.
Let's do it this way. Pretend that there was a mock trial, okay? Let's say we have Ace Bannister. Brian Rogers is the one on trial. He's the biggest animal of all of them, without a doubt, okay? And you have him on trial for just wrongdoings he's done to people, woman. It's a mock trial, right? And you have three or four girls, one after the other, they call to the stand. Boom, boom, boom. And these girls, they're going to ask their background information, their demographics, and you're going to learn that these girls, it's been, in 1 year, and then this one was 3 years prior, this one was 2.5 years prior, this one was, 6 years ago. And they're saying the same type shit, maybe a little bit different, but the same evil type, disgusting shit and everything from this man. Now you're on the jury and you have to go back there to decide. Do you believe this piece of shit or do you believe these people, these girls? Okay. And as it's the same situation here. I mean, there's nothing at stake and it's not really a court trial what I'm doing here, but I'm asking you to believe this shit because it is the truth. But I guess you guys are the jury then on your own. Do you believe it or not? That's all I can do for you. But this is how the information was obtained. And I've already used 10 minutes now just to do the background information. So I'm going to stop there. Okay. This is part 1. You have to watch this before you watch part 2. Okay. This is about the information. All right. And I'll see you in the next video.
Y'all, I truly do not believe that I have ever in my life, and that is saying something, let me just tell you, because I thought that I had seen every level of batshit crazy, and
Hey guys, listen, man, I'm sorry I left you hanging, and I'm sorry I titled that video that way and didn't give you what I should have given you. My wife pointed that shit out to me. I'm sorry. I'm getting better though now. I'm still snipping like crazy, and I'm sorry that's annoying as fuck. I watch the videos, I know, but I'm getting better. So now I discovered what I did though is just earlier I made a whole 40-some minute video explaining the whole night of the ritual and everything that happened, man, as succinctly as I could have. And what happened is I went to post it and they said, oh, your video is longer than 15 minutes. We're going to need, to verify the phone number, we're going to need some picture ID. We're going to need this, that, and the other. Look, I'm not doing that. They can fuck off. I'm not giving them all my information. And that's the one, my facial recognition and my thumbprint. I'm not giving them all this information just to post a longer video. So guys, I'm sorry. You're going to have to stick with me. There's going to be now a part 2, probably a 3, 4, 5. I don't know. But I'm going to try to do them quick. In fact, I'm going to try to just do this one, post it and start making another one, right? While that one's even uploading, and I'll open the camera, okay? Because I'm feeling better now, okay? All right. So we want to talk about the night of ritual, what actually happened. Guys, I'm going to have to do build up to things though, okay? Just bear with me. Because the reason is if I don't give you some background information, number one, you won't understand it. You won't understand why it makes sense. That sounds like that's stupid. Why would they do that? Or it won't be believable to you. And what's the point of this if no one believes it, right? Okay. So sacrifice, something lost, something gained. Okay. The more dear the person is to you, like a mother is a good one or a child, the more dear it is to you, the more value it holds. Okay? And the more and better you get to gain. Okay? So that's what a sacrifice is about. Okay? Now, it's oftentimes an initiation to get into the brotherhood. That's what's the deal with Gypsy. Okay? All right. Now, I just want to, since I'm going to cut this off about 13 and a half minutes and start a next part 3, okay? And do it that way. So I'm watching the time like a nut, but let me get out what most people want to know. Who was there that night? Who the fuck was there? So I'm just going to tell you that now. I want, and then I'll explain other things as we fill in. David Blanchard was the one that brokered the deal. He was the one that ran the ceremony. He was the head of the ritual and everything. Kim Blanchard, his wife, who's also a Satanist and a witch and a coven, she filmed it. Okay. Then there was Gypsy.
Y'all.
Then there was Ace Bannister, whose real name is Brian Rogers, but I'm going to just call him Ace Bannister from here henceforth. Okay. They're not two people. So there's Gypsy, Kim, David, Ace, and then Dan Glidewell. We all know him, right? And then it takes 6 to do a proper ritual. The 6th one was Nick. He's the scapegoat. They always try to put one in there that's unbeknownst to them, like in the Brian Kohlberger, Idaho 4. We have reason to believe that was a sorority killing that killed those girls, and they pinned it on the scapegoat. Wendy's case has a man named Jeffrey Lacasse, who they set up as the scapegoat. They always do that. Now, but he was the 6th one. Nick was the 6th one. So he's part of this ritual, but in a different way. How I'm going to tell you when I get to the video with the part in this series of how he was part of the ritual and tricked. Okay. But so those are the 6 people to make a ritual. That is who was there, guys. I don't care what anyone tells you or what anyone says. That is who was there. David Blanchard, his evil wife, they're filming all this shit because they're always filmed. Gypsy, of course, because her initiation. Ace, Dan Glidewell, and then Nick the scapegoat. Period, 100%. Okay, that's who was there.
Oh my God, y'all.
Okay, now, if they were doing, please understand, David Blanchard brokered this deal. Gypsy had to give them something to offer, though, too. They don't just say, "Hey, this chick wants to, kill her mother. Hey, can we?" No. You have to have something to offer, too. Okay.
Oh my God.
If they don't approach you, and you want to, this was David Blanchard's probably idea. Actually, he's been the Satanist a long time. They needed Dee Dee out of the way. What she had to offer was this house. Now, I'm not going to get into it on this video. It's a whole thing. I have to explain some things and tell you some things before, but that's what she had to offer. The house with those windows already blackened out. Okay. The Brotherhood, as part of it, was going to, because they're not going to take the house from the poor little sick handicapped girl whose mother was just killed and her boyfriend who went crazy was just killed. She had to defend herself. That house would have went to her. She was already an adult. And the Brotherhood already said they would make sure it went through at court, and any probate or anything owed or anything that needed to be paid, they were going to pay it. They wanted the house for a reason, and I'll tell you in a later video. They've got to go down some rabbit holes even, kind of. Okay? That's what she had to offer, so please understand.
You live in a rabbit hole.
And she was going to give up her mother and her boyfriend, supposedly the man she loved. So she was going to do a double whammy. She was going to give up those 2 people, sacrifice their life, do a torture ritual, and then she had her house for some very nefarious things they were going to do. Which are, again, okay? That's what she had to offer. And the reason it was Dee Dee is because she's her mother and she's very dear to her. As someone you love, you got to give up something that's dear to you, or it doesn't make sense. Okay, so that's the deal. That's who was there. All right. Now, I need to tell this before we go any further. When I tell you what Gypsy did to her mother, and she 100% did this, and there's film of it somewhere, we need to preface it with this. That little girl that you saw in that fucking police interview, where she's is not who she really was at all. That's the role. Her mother taught her to lie and act since a child. That is a role. She was a normal, 23-year-old young woman who was running around. This is what they called her, and I quote, all the people said the same thing. She was a ghetto hood rat, and she ran around with ghetto hood rats, a bunch of them devil worshippers too. And the Vision Con, there's a lot of devil worshiping people going on there too, by the way.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So
Oh my God.
Ghetto hood rat. She ran around drinking, smoking, hanging out with these people everywhere. Her mother blacking out the windows, not just they couldn't see her walk, because she had friends over and was hanging out. Her mother knew she was an adult. They were at it like a friend-like adult relationship. It's nothing what they told you. They built a whole narrative
my God.
to make her look like a victim. Okay? No. Her mother had to understand. Her mother knew she was an adult, could come and go as she pleased. She was kicking her out. She kicked her out she was sleeping in the porch and bushes at date. She'd run to David Blanchard's house. She'd go to Dan's house. This is another reason. This was two birds with one stone. She could get fame and fortune and get this bitch out of the way. David wanted Dee Dee out of the way. They all wanted Dee Dee out of the way because they were cramping their style with that home. Okay? They had a lot of money to make out of that house. And I'm going to tell you in a later video what she had to offer via that house. David Blanchard set it up, which means he was responsible for getting the film of the sacrifice and the ritual for proof. He would hand it off to his contact person. Everyone in the Brotherhood has a contact person. Gypsy has a contact person. Everyone does. And then that person has one. That video would be put up the chain of command to wherever it lands, depending on how high up you are, right? How many hands it goes through. They're going to take that video and make copies of it and sell some of it. Not Gypsy's, I don't think, because she's well known. Everyone in the ritual would have been masked and their appearances you can't see, except the person doing it.
Now they've made
That's the point of it. Now they have record of it, and they also have a video to hold over your head. There she is doing it. You want me to send it to the news media? We got you forever. And that's why they do it. Okay? Now, normal people that no one knows, they sell these videos because there are sick fucks out there that will pay thousands and thousands of dollars to watch a real life someone being tortured and screaming, please, please just kill me. Just take me out now. Please, I'm begging you. I can't handle it anymore. Kill me. Just kill me. And screaming and all this. And then they watch him die and all that. And they get off on it and they will pay for it. A lot of money. Very wealthy people, a lot of them get sick in the fucking head. All right.
You know all about that, sir.
So that's what that's about. David Blanchard would have been responsible for that. Now, anyone that knows anything about David Blanchard are reporting, and you could probably ask Trixie Lane. She knows the most. He is a control nut. He's very overbearing, and he's also like a stickler for the rules. He's involved in a lot of different organizations and things, and he's a know-it-all. Like, he knows that's not the way it's supposed to go. This is what the real rule is. No. The guidelines say this, and he knows everything. So that leads me to believe that he did a proper ritual because he had to turn the video in. He's responsible for brokering this shit. Okay? Which means, just like the movies say, guys, the movies are mocking real life. They would have all had the hooded, red or black hooded thing or over their face or a mask on. But they all would have that on. Okay? I know this is crazy. They did her on the kitchen floor.
No,
they would have moved the kitchen table out of the way, and they would have made a pentagram on the floor. I don't know this to be true because none of this was reported to us. I'm telling you that this is the proper way they should have done it, and I believe they did because David Blanchard had to put his face on it, and he's a stickler. Okay? That's how I drew that conclusion. But they would have made
why does he keep doing his eyes that way?
Coal dust or chalk or something and made, sprinkled it and made the 5-point pentagram. I don't think they would use something permanent, And then at whatever time they knocked her out, incapacitated her, drugged her, whatever they did, then they would have laid her on that pentagram on the kitchen floor. Then they did the torture ritual. Now, however long that lasted, I don't know. We don't know the times on that. And then it would culminate or end in their sacrificing or taking her life by her slitting her throat. Gypsy slit her throat. I need you to grasp that. She did. She slit her own mother's throat. Just that quick. And once that soul left the body, she accomplished her lose something. And now she's gained something and she's in. That's why she was protected right away. That's why they flew in to help her. Okay? Now, they tortured her. They were burning her. They were heating metal up and burning her. They were burning her with cigarettes.
What?
I know the FOIAs don't say that, but you guys, I'm going to make another video about the police corruption. They were all in on it. They were ordered to make this. They didn't give us that. They didn't give us the cigarette burns. Why? David and Kim Blanchard smoked cigarettes. Dee Dee smoked cigarettes, and so does Gypsy. The Gypsy, she used to take Dee Dee's cigarettes even since she was a kid. Everyone knows that. The one person that didn't is Nicholas Godejohn. And remember the narrative. He's this evil monster that snapped and killed my mama and then tried to hurt me, but then I had to kill him That's how it was supposed to go, but we'll get to that in due time. Remember, she's going to do a double whammy, but somehow that failed. I don't know. I'll tell you how that was supposed to work as we go. Okay, so they're torturing, doing all these things to her. We don't know any about the burns and all the other shit they did to her, okay? And they're filming this, okay? And they're recording her screaming out things, right? Gypsy, don't hurt me. Gypsy, Gypsy, Gypsy. They recorded this for use later, right? Okay.
Oh, his eye
So they would have been,
creeping me.
they should have been, I don't think the kitchen was big enough to stand 6 feet apart, but they would have been doing the deal, watching Gypsy. They mutilated her genitals with the help of Ace Bannister. She took a fork with forks. That's how low budget and trashy they are. They took forks and her and Ace Bannister mutilated her genitals. All of her mother's vagina, her labia, her clitoris, all of it.
I I truly thought that there's nothing that could surprise me that someone says about this case after Fancy's fantastical blood draining. Yes, I don't even know what genitals is, or why they would use a fork. And I've been. Why didn't somebody tell me this? Why didn't somebody warn me that I was that I was the first person to, outside of law enforcement, to get the autopsy. I was the first person to talk about it. And I had been waiting for it for 5 years. Christy. First, happy birthday. Second, you know me, and I literally have been speechless for about 5 minutes. And y'all need a restraining order. And I say that with absolute sincerity and seriousness. Y'all need a restraining order. Christy, I've never listened to him before, didn't even know anything about him or that he existed until this morning. And I didn't know what was in these videos. And I'm playing one of his part million. And she, they, whoa. They mutilated her genitals with a fork. One moment. I'm gonna rewind it. Just I had to stop it. Just listen.
Doing the deal, watching Gypsy. They mutilated her genitals with the help of Ace Bannister. She took a fork with forks. That's how low budget and trashy they are. They took forks and her and Ace Bannister mutilated her genitals. All of her mother's vagina, her labia, her clitoris, all of it. Ace Bannister to this day runs around and jokes. He calls her the heifer, Dee Dee, the big heifer. We made her look like raw ground beef down there. He thinks that's funny. A heifer, ground beef, ha ha. All right. So they tortured her and they filmed it. people get off on that.
I literally just said this, Christy, right before you came in. I said I didn't think that there was anything that somebody could say that would surprise me about this case at this point after this long. And I truly thought that Fancy was the ultimate level of batshit crazy, but this dude right here, no, Fancy's the basement. He's an underground bunker. He's a fallout shelter, and I'm pretty sure he's the product of fallout. Yeah. Oh. If he's an RN, his medical license he needs to be revoked with a quickness. I can't. And I said this earlier. The people in the comment. Okay, I got to look at these comments. Hang on. There's 134 comments, y'all. Another day, another fabulous upload. I'm on the edge of the seat here. Keep them coming. Thank you for your hard work. It takes time for all to comprehend. It's good that you're going at this pace. Commenting to push the video. Oh my goodness, this is the best B-rated storytelling ever. Could they have used flour or baby powder or baby powered made pentagram? And he responded, they certainly could have. Wow, you are a fucking detective. Could very well be the flour bag. Holy shit. And he's referring to the drop of blood that's on the flour bag in the kitchen. Christy, this is much worse than delusional science. This is he's and the scary part, Christy, is the people in the comments. This one says, thanks for taking the time to put together an explanation. Have nothing to do with the works of the wicked. Rather expose the works of evil. Oh, here's one. Diane Plesia says, wonder if Christy was also involved in this. She could have planted it in Gypsy's. Well, Christy, you've planted it. This one says, I always knew it was a sacrifice. Damn, I'm glad you see it in what I knew all along. Yes, cigarette burns and ligature marks. Christy always mentions a co-op 25. Does that have something to do with this? No, Pam, these people are serious. Dan's family is who had the power. I so believe this. Wow. Do you think the ritual could have taken place in the shed instead? Oh my God, can't wait for part 3. Amen. Oh, dear God in heaven, I knew it was horrible, but mutilating poor Dee Dee's genitals is absolutely horrific and obviously demonic. Thank you for another piece of excellence. Why was there so little blood on the bed when her throat was slitted? I'm not surprised by any of this. I knew DB was very much involved. I believe this with my whole spirit. Ooh, you have me on the edge of my seat. Y'all. Y'all. Um, um, uh, Christy, honestly, maybe, but it really wouldn't surprise me if they agree with it. Well, Sinner, he would be the perfect new husband because he also gets subliminal messages. So they have a lot in common, and I'm sure she would find him attractive because he's sacrificing their own intelligence, Jessica. What intelligence? Okay, let me finish this. It's on. Okay, so
All right. And I'm going to end this right here, and I'll see you in part 3.
Okay, there's part 3. God help us. One moment. Chrissy, this is on YouTube. Here's what bothers me about this. And I've said this to you before. The part that bothers me about this and the people that are like him is that he's crazy. But there are people who are crazier.
All right. Good morning, guys.
Literally crazier. And what bothers me is that the way that these people are dismissing the baby and dehumanizing the baby. I have a very bad feeling that one of these nut jobs is going to take that as a challenge to prove that these people are correct. And I didn't realize, I mean, I realized the danger, but I did not realize how palpable the danger is until right now. I am Well, Delta Queen, here's the thing about it, though. I don't think that that's going to keep her safer. I don't think them saying that, I think that that's actually putting her in more danger because they've dehumanized the baby, and that makes it dangerous. Because these people are going to take that as a challenge, and I'm afraid that they're going to try to do something to the baby to prove, for instance, if they were out in public somewhere, some psychopath could try to grab her because they think that she's a doll. I mean, there's got to be something that she can do to stop this, because this is serious. And I have never been more serious about saying something about this online shit. I mean, it's all fun and games until something like this. There's got to be something to that can be done. Yes, Christy, she does. And I'll be happy to tell her that. I mean, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I think she needs security. I knew that, the stuff with Morbid and all of these other, dumbass women on TikTok was out of hand, but I didn't realize the level that it had gotten to. This is a whole nother, this is a whole nother level. This isn't just petty back and forth and doxing and all that shit. This is she needs to make a stand, and she needs to make an example out of somebody so that they stop this bullshit. This is ridiculous. Way past ridiculous. And if she is, she doesn't want to do it for herself, she needs to do it for Aurora, because this is beyond anything I have ever seen in my life. Ever. I've never seen anything like this. Ever. And I have seen, God knows, it all. This is... And the amount of comments that this man has on every video, people agreeing with him and giving him further ideas, and telling him, oh, well, I thought this. What do you think about that? Here's the thing. Like I said, he's crazy and he may be harmless. He may find this outlet to talk about this stuff and that be the only thing he does. But there's somebody out there that's crazier. Look at the billboard fiasco. This is a whole nother level. Yes, it needs to be done now. She doesn't need to keep waiting. Like, this needs to be an absolute priority. This needs to be taken care of ASAP. This is not something that needs to wait, because who knows? A cease and desist isn't going to do anything, Michelle. These people need consequences. And it's high time that they got some. People need to understand that you can't just say whatever you want to about somebody and make up just all kinds of bullshit and put it out there to the public. Cindy, she doesn't need to go out in public with the baby with Ken. Quite frankly, I don't think she needs to go out in public with the baby at all. All right, let me play this next one. I'm sort of scared to hear what else he says, to be honest with you. Jesus.
Part 3 of The Sacrifice of Dee Blanchard. It's a shame, guys. Before I start, guys, please like, subscribe, and share. And can we engage in the comments a little bit, man? Get talking and stuff a little bit, just to push them out, man. We got to get this in more eyes. Not for me. I don't care. It's not for me. I'm not going to make any money. I don't care about anything like that. I am just doing this to get this out, that this evil exists. It's everywhere. And what the hell is going on? We have to wake up. We are in a spiritual battle. Like, whether you want to believe this or not, I feel like I'm doing the Lord's work, exposing this. Okay?
Oh,
knowledge is power.
Y'all. See, and this right here, this is the scary part. This is the scariest part. He believes that. He 100% believes everything he's saying. And he believes that anything that they do to her or that baby is justified because he's doing the Lord's work. Christy, Mace isn't going to do anything with somebody like this and a situation like this. I mean, I'll talk to her if you think it would do any good. She needs to be scared. I would be absolutely petrified if I was her. And she should be. Because here's the thing about it. You know, people joke about me being a cult and everything else. You know, I laugh about it. But there are real cults out there. There are real cults of crazy people out there who are online just looking for their next cause. Pepper spray and wasp spray isn't going to protect her if more than one person makes up their mind to take that baby. And that is what I'm worried about. I don't have to talk to him to know that he believes it. I deal with people like this every day. I've seen it a million times. And honestly, nobody should be talking to this man. Nobody but the authorities. This is the most disturbing thing I have seen ever. And Jax, this is where I'm at with it. I don't even care. Y'all know me. I don't care about Gypsy. And I'm not saying that because I don't care about whatever. She's an adult. Gypsy is an adult. That's what I mean, to clarify that. I do care if something happened to her. She is an adult. I care about that baby. That is what I am concerned about. Because I truly don't think that, and here's the thing too, it wouldn't phase them 1 minute to completely annihilate Gypsy to get to that baby, because they feel like they're rescuing that child from her.
And until you at least know about something, right? You certainly can't do anything about it. And one of the greatest tricks that the devil ever pulled was making people think that he does not exist. And there you have it. That's real, guys. Okay, so I know that I'm doing the Lord's work. I know that. I know that I am being driven to do this. I know there's a supernatural pull on me that makes me want to do this. I know that. Okay? And whether you all want to believe it or not, if you like, subscribe, and share, I'm not like one of these prosperity people. Pay me some money and the Lord is going to double it back to you because there's a wealth transfer. Yeah, there's a wealth transfer, all right, from the middle class to the upper wealth groups and for the Lord. Okay? The more you all do comments and like and subscribe and share, do all the things, the more we can push this out to people to see. Not for me, for the truth, and therefore for our Lord. Okay? Because that helps. Every little bit helps you guys. You know that. I don't want any money. I don't need any money. Every little bit helps, guys. And you can know that you're helping God expose the evil in these end times. All right? All right, let's go. We're going to talk about the ritual specifically and the sacrifice in this one, okay? Okay, so we know the players, right? We already said David's the master of it, giving direction. His wife is filming it. We've got, of course, Gypsy, Ace Bannister, and Dan Gladwell, okay? Now, let me set the scene for you. Like I said, they've all got those black or red robes on them, okay? They may have the big, huge hoods that they could have over, because no one's supposed to see anyone's identity, although they know who one another is, but they film it. It's only the person that's the center of it, the focus of it, the one performing it, the one that's gaining something. That would be her. Everyone else has got a mask on, or they just had them that go like this and go down in just big, simple robes, but they would be black or red. Okay? Now, remember, it was a Vision Con. That was a big thing. David Blanchard and his wife and all them, they make costumes and shit, elaborate ones and all this shit. It would be nothing for them to even themselves put together these robes. They know where to get the fabric and put them together. I don't know what kind of skills they have with sewing and shit. I don't know. But that wouldn't be a big deal to fashion just a big robe that hangs on you. I mean, shit. There's got to be a pattern in the store for that. You know how to sew half-ass, you could do that, right? Or they can purchase them somewhere, okay? So they would have been wearing those. You can't just send them some fucking video of just some people hanging out in shorts and tank tops and shit, going, hey, wow, let's conjure up the devil. It's not like that, really, guys. Okay, so it's formal. This is a formal thing. Guys, they're going to give you a bunch of opportunities to make money, and they're going to hand you money. They're going to do all these things and always give you connections and protect you legally if things come up and all this. Okay, it's a formal, real thing. Okay. Let me not get too far out because I've only got 15 minutes. I got to shut it down, remember? All right. An Ash Blonde 6 somewhere has got to be shitting her pants, man, because she knows everything. When she's watching this series of videos, she knows everything I'm saying is the truth and is what happened that night. And she's thinking back. Mark my words, believe it. She's thinking back. Oh, my God. He's telling it exactly what happened, man. Holy fuck, I can't believe this. Somewhere Ash Blonde 6 is shitting her pants. Trust. Okay, so we know the players. Nick is the sixth one, the scapegoat, who comes later. I'll explain that, okay? He's part of the ritual. All right. So they're doing all these torturous things to her. for whatever amount of time. They're filming it.
Y'all,
And then what comes to the point where right around midnight or before midnight or right after midnight, this is where the date discrepancy comes in. Okay? The torture and shit was on the 9th. At midnight, it goes to the 10th, guys. We all know that. And they want to do this right around midnight. And there's other sects of people and groups that like to do it around 3:33 in the morning. We know about the 3s. Okay? But that's something else. That's the witching hour. That's something different. Okay? I'll make a video on that one day. Okay? For this is a Judas sacrifice.
Christy, watch how he does his eyes.
Close around midnight. You want around a new beginning. Okay? Right before leading up to it, really right at midnight. All she did was slit her throat. Then they're instantly gone. The soul's traveling away.
Her throat was not slit, dumbass.
That's
Look
it.
at his eyes.
Just that, gone. They could have timed it right at midnight. That would be the best way to do it. Just time it right at midnight. And then David would have probably made a big deal about the time being midnight on the video and all this shit. But right around midnight, then after the torturing and all this shit, then she slit her mother's throat from ear to ear. And we know that. We see that. And you guys, with a sharp, sharp knife, you don't even feel that. Once it touches the carotid artery, it's gone, man. You're gone. The blood's gone. You're gone. So it's really a really humane way to do it. That's why they butcher animals that way. You're supposed to. That's the most humane way to kill someone. Not giving you any ideas, but as soon as it touches it, they're gone, man. They don't feel shit. They're gone. Okay?
No, he's
All right,
psychotic.
so
this man is mentally ill.
they would have held her head in such a way as not to make such a huge mess, guys, because if someone's standing up or you're fighting someone or wherever, or you come down and you just slit their throat, so much blood is going to come out and go everywhere. But the thing with this is you sever the carotid arteries, the pumping thing is going to stop immediately, right? Because so much blood volume is going to be gone so quick that there's not enough pressure. Your whole heart and the whole circulatory system runs on pressure. It's pulsing pressure through there. As soon as you do that, and the volume, the vessels are that big. If they're full, they got high blood pressure. If they lose it, then their blood pressure is so low, the blood's not going to spurt anymore, right? Okay, so they'd have her laying in such a way then that when she slit her throat, they would drain the blood into a basin.
What?
Okay. Now, all I know is that
that's what I've been saying.
This was done and that she drank her blood.
What?
Because we had these people tell us this. A bunch of different people tell us that Ace Bannister was bragging about it and Dan Glidewell. But let me get back to this, how it goes. She slit the blood. They did in the basin. Okay. And then they threw most of it away. They would have flushed it down the toilet or put it down the drain probably. Unless they had it for some other weird purpose that I don't know about.
I'm telling you.
They may have. They may have took it, but just dispose of most of it. But you fill up a goblet. Now, David Blanchard would have obtained this goblet, a special old goblet that's used for this. He would have obtained it and then would have given it back when he gave him the film of it, right? It's an old goblet, probably of pewter or something, the softer like silver metal, and around it's encrusted with precious metals like jade and garnets and rubies and shit. Okay,
it's not a metal.
This is for real, and it's old, and it's for this. They would have put blood in that. They got to pass it around and drink it in the line formation. It's all filmed. Gypsy has to start. The reason we know this is because Ace and Dan joke about it and think it's funny that Gypsy had to plug her nose and was gagging and crying and all this, trying to swallow down her mom's blood. Which, holy shit, I'd be gagging and freaking out too. Now. You guys, they're not drinking a whole bunch of blood like vampires, okay? They're not just guggling. They all just take a sip. It's symbolic. She just has to go first because it's her sacrifice. Out of that goblet, they drink it, and then they all pass around. They drink a little bit is all, and it's gone, okay? That's it. It's symbolic, but it's part of it, and it needs to be in the film, okay? The rest of the blood they would have got rid of, which means, down the drains. These police, of course, they didn't do anything they should have done. They missed everything, and I'll tell you about it in another video. All of it. They should have illuminated that whole house. They would have saw blood all over the kitchen, all over the house, all over everywhere. And they should have taken the pipes out of all any of the bathrooms, the kitchen. They should have took the sinks, the pipes. They should have took her whole fucking bed. They knew that body was moved in a sheet. They knew that. They took her in a sheet, picked her up, and moved her ass. They knew that by a number of things. They knew a body was fucking moved. They should have took that whole mattress. They should have ripped up the carpet. There was blood everywhere. If they would have done luminol, they should have ripped up that vinyl or it was either vinyl or linoleum floor in the kitchen. They would have ripped that up and taken that to the lab, the carpet. They would have done the whole fucking thing. There was blood all over the fucking place, man. That the eye could see. If they would have luminoled it and turned the dark light on, holy fuck, that place looks. So the police didn't do anything they're supposed to do. The goal was put the onus off of her onto him. He's a maniac. Let's get up plea agreements and just sweep this under the rug. They never dreamed he'd take it to trial.
I said the same thing, Bubbles.
Get the shit over.
Worse. I never thought I'd say that somebody was crazier than Fancy, but this did.
That was the deal. Of course, all, she wasn't supposed to be caught in her sacrifice. No one ever does that. But anyway, let me get back to this. They drain the blood, they drink it, all that. Then Dan, David, and Ace put her in a sheet and they move her back to the bed. Now, they had to put those fabric softener sheets down. They didn't do that while she was still up walking around. At one point when she's incapacitated, they did that. Okay? And then they moved her on top of it. They moved her there. Remember about the middle of this, she texts Nick Godejohn around 11 o'clock at night. She says, I have to finish up my deal first before he comes over, right? This is the deal. Literally her deal. That literally is what she was talking about. People say, oh, she was off fucking Dan. That is not what that was. This is what it was. Dan was there. This deal. Okay, there's the text. And then Nicholas comes on the 10th. That's the confusion. Okay, she was probably actually killed right at the end of the 9th or right at the beginning of the 10th or whatever.
Dude,
so Nicholas Godejohn comes later. But anyway.
My God.
All right, so I told you that they recorded everything. We've told you that. Okay. I told you about the blood drinking, all that shit. And it's all on film, guys. All right. So then now they got to prep to get ready for Nick. They have to fool Nick. Okay. This is the deal. They have to fool Nick. So they clean up as much as they can. They got her in this room darkly. You know, it's dark in there. Okay. They have this recording. But I'm going to get that into the next video because we're running out of time. Okay, but they totally tricked Nick. And they told Nick, okay, after he come out of the room from with Dee Dee, and I believe this is the one lie that he told to try to cover Gypsy. Gypsy went in there and helped him, I believe. I don't know this for sure, but I believe she had to help him. That dude couldn't hurt a flea. You ask anyone that's ever known him, that dude cannot hurt a flea. Ask him in prison now. They'll tell you that too, I bet. That dude wouldn't hurt a flea. I believe she went in there and had to help him. But this is what happened when he came out. She's all naked and ready to go screw him and all that, right? Just like a Jezebel. Use sex right away, right? Get their mind off of everything. Let's just use sex. Like a fucking Jezebel whore that she is. All right. Okay. You know what? I have to stop here. So this is the end of part 3. And I'm going to work on part 4. See you in the next one.
It gets worse.
All right. Good morning, guys. All right. This is probably going to be a long video, but then I may have to cut it off at some point and just make like a part 2.
Playlist. I
don't know where it's going to go, and I'm going to have to ramble and. All right. Good morning, guys. All right. All right, guys. Well, I guess this is part 4 of the sacrifice of Dee Dee Blanchard. All right. All right, guys. First, please like, subscribe, and share. Let's please get this around, right? Not for me, but for the truth. All right.
I typically
a little more light housekeeping.
And don't listen.
There are sprinklings, and I'm getting these videos, and I'm getting people saying these things in comments quite a lot. They're being placed in my comments strategically, and in my opinion, and they're saying this: Aurora has microdeletion, and that is why Gypsy has hidden her from the public and doesn't even talk about her, because she's got some pretty bad things going with it. Okay, it's in my comments everywhere for some reason. It's just sprung up. No one said that before, because what is she going to say? they tested her and she came out big dramatic saying, oh, Ken and I are happy to report that our lovely Aurora does not have the microdeletion. And didn't she even show us the report?
These videos are within the
Okay,
last 2
they
weeks.
don't make mistakes on that, guys. That's saying that there was a gene or two missing on the first chromosomal plate on those 2 sets on one string of it. And then since mitotic division copies it exactly over and over and over, that means every cell in her fucking body has that one little thing missing. Get it? Micro means like real small. Deletion, it's deleted. It's not there. Okay? And it's very, very, very extremely rare, first of all. And she already told us the baby doesn't have it. So that's not going to work. Don't go for it. And don't go for it if she starts crying and goes, I know I lied and told you first that she didn't have it when she really did have it because I was embarrassed and ashamed. And she's already at a disadvantage being my daughter. Okay? We'll have to rehash that too. You already know. So don't let her do it. Don't let the motherfucker do it. All right, let's talk about Ken. I'm Ken, not Ken. Nick. Ooh, Freudian slip. All right, the men of Gypsy Rose. All right, let's talk about Nick's role in all this, okay? I told you he's a scapegoat, also in the ritual. Okay, Nick arrives, I guess, around 2, because it was 1:29. He's telling him, he's supposed to be on the way, all right? Now, they've cleaned up as much as they can. They got her in there. They got it dimly lit. Remember, they made a recording of her when they were doing this. And this is very important. This comes into play. Now, you guys are going to have to remember what occurred at those police interviews / interrogations, whatever. Because number one,
I know I've talked about this a lot the last couple of days, but I truly believe this, that the Lord puts you in locations at certain times for certain reasons. And what you choose to do about that is, I really believe that, because I don't even know why I went into Bree's live this morning. I have no idea why I went in there, because Sweet Cheeks was going live. I was supposed to be going to his live, but I went into Bree's live. And that is the only reason that I know that this man exists, because Bree was talking about him. And I thought it was a joke. This is unlike anything I have ever seen. Fancy is obsessed. This man is demon possessed. Yes, Bubbles. The amount of people in his comments is scary AF.
they got 15 minutes, remember? And number 2, I don't do all that fancy editing and all that crazy shit. I just open the camera and talk to you and then post it. Okay. Whatever happens. Or I would edit in the small excerpts of the interrogation saying it, and then I would come back and do the commentary and all that shit, like Nina and all those people that are good at this shit, Toddy and all them, ones that are Becca Scoops, the ones that are good at this type of shit. God, if I had one of them here to help me, oh my God, it'd be glorious. But I could learn it, but I'm not going to sit down and do all that shit. Or I would, but any of you that are invested in this case have seen the police interviews. If not, listen, Palestina the Beauty Influence. That's where I go when I want to reference. I just go right to her because she's got one on there. It's kind of far back, I think, but where it's both of them right in a row. You ain't got to go nowhere else, just right there. She's not even, I don't even think she's doing any commentary in it, if I recall. I think it's just, she just plays them back to back. All right, well, we're going to reference Nick's a lot, okay? Now, remember, Gypsy's immediately goes in there trying to throw him under the bus, right? Nick immediately is trying his best to save her ass and is willing to take the fall all on his own in order to save her because he loves her, right? Okay. All right. Nick finally gets there, okay? Now, she's supposed to, listen to me. David Blanchard, again, was the one leading this. Everything's symbolic. Everything is going to be filmed, remember? Obviously, she carved that thing on her mother's back because then she got a trophy tattoo of the same thing. obviously, I mean, I don't know this
What?
part, I'm opining. There was a picture or something there
What?
for reference that she did, and she was told to carve that on there and put exactly 13 stab wounds in her, right? 13 is very significant and symbolic with bad luck and all this shit. You guys know that. Friday the 13th, and there's all kinds of things with that, but I can't go into it. I don't have time. 4, then this is why I think Gypsy went in the room with him, and he's lying to try to cover her. Because then she was told to make sure that he puts in 4 wounds, because that's very fucking symbolic with sacrifice and with evil and all this shit. Okay. And then what's even more significant, you know, these people with their number, signs, and symbols is 13 plus 4 is fucking 17. 17 in the Latin, in Italy and Latin countries, is unlucky and associated with evil. They don't have Friday the 13th in Italy. They have Friday the 17th in fucking Italy. Okay. In ancient Hebrew, 17 is associated with sin. Osiris, you guys know anything about Osiris? We can't go down that. I don't have time. Look it up. That's the heart of everything at the top of Freemasons. That's one of their false gods they're into. Osiris. They associate 17 with him because, and he's as evil as they come, because they say he died on the 17th of the fucking month. There's more with the 17. I just can't think of them right now. There's more. Go look that shit up. All right.
This man.
So that's why there was 13 she was told to do there and I guarantee you there was something laid out that she was copying. It was a torture ritual. They took time doing this, guys. Carving on her. Imagine. They may have had her drugged or something, though. I don't know that detail. Well, he's filming all this, and he's instructing her, 13. And then the scapegoat's going to come do his 4 with sacrificial deal and all this that goes with 4. Together it makes 17. All right? You guys get it? These people are sick and crazy and fucked up, man. What can I tell you? Then this dumb whore gets out and makes a trophy on her back of the thing she carved on her own mother's back. Do you understand how evil this motherfucker is? Okay, and now she's about to take her boyfriend and trick him and throw him under the bus.
Do you see how he just said that? Did you hear the animosity in his voice? The anger that he has towards her? That is terrifying. A cease and desist isn't going to do any damn good. She needs... I know what she needs, but I don't want to go into it right now. But this... I'm not even going to be able to sleep tonight. Delta, it's crazy how people get like this. It's just like these nuts about me. I mean, people just let stupidity completely overtake them. The mental illness that runs rampant in this country and everywhere else. And SD, see, that's, you just said exactly what I was just saying earlier about the whole cult mentality. That is what I'm worried about, because there are genuine cults out there who are literally just looking for their next cause. And all that it's going to take is one of them to stumble upon this idiot.
Here's how. Okay. Number one, the one thing I think Nick lied about is either he went in there alone at first and then she came in to help him, because she was supposed to get him 4 stabs and get him the fuck out of there and make him think he killed her, just in case the real final plan doesn't work. And it's a good thing they did that, because she failed with the real final plan, and they should have never put in her head. They should have never that's where they fucked up. They told her, we have to do this first, just in case you're not able to kill him in the end. And they put in her fucking head, well, they have a backup plan. It's okay, I guess, if I don't kill him. Sorry, excuse me. They should have never, ever done that. I know that sounds horrible and crazy, but they should have never done that. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Nick arrives. You're supposed to get him in and out. Then she's supposed to, so, okay. Either, like I said, I believe that she went in there and assisted him doing the 4 and got him out. And then she said, oh, you helped me take her out. Because here's the deal, okay? Here's his part of the ritual. I'll get to this now. And why he thinks this. She said, this is a binding ritual. We killed our mother together, and taking her soul into the afterlife has bound you and I together spiritually, like a wedding in the afterworld, in heaven and all this shit, she told him, by taking my mother's life and sacrificing her. Because you helped me and gave me freedom and released me from my mother. And you just also, this was a binding ritual. You bound us to in heaven in the afterlife. This is what this bitch told him to get him to do this.
Y'all,
as
this
evidenced by the text message that we've seen recovered to his friend Lori, where he's saying, oh my God, I've got to do these things that defy nature, and I can't stand it. I hate what I have to do, but I'll do it if I have to keep her. This is what this crazy bitch told him. You want to be with me, you want to stay with me, we're going to have to do this.
That's what most crazy people do.
I'm not the type of girl that's going to be with someone and all this that's not married. This is how twisted, manipulated this whore is to this autistic boy. Okay?
Listen to him.
Oh, we're bound. So this is why I can't recall this part. If someone can refresh my memory in the comments, or maybe I'm crazy. Did not Nick at some point make a statement from prison or an interview or some shit where he was bent when he heard that she got married to Ryan? Because whoa, hold up. Whoa. We're supposed to be bound together, married together forever, and bound in the afterlife and in God's eyes and this shit because we sacrificed your mother. Whoa, hold up. This is what this whore told him. And he believes this to this day.
No, he doesn't.
He believes this to this day.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, so.
Oh my God. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't, you dumb ass. No, he doesn't. I've talked to the man. No, he doesn't. He hasn't wanted anything to do with Gypsy since freaking 2018. When he found out that she threw him under the bus in her interrogation, he knew. He literally told me from his own self that he didn't wish any harm toward her. Karma would take care of her. That he had no ill feelings toward her. This guy is a fucking idiot. Oh my God. Yes, Tony. You would think that Gypsy murdered his mother. This is fucking crazy. And that's the part. This is always, everybody so badly wants to believe that Nick is lying, and that this big secret that he has is that Gypsy actually helped him. No, it isn't. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, his secret. People just make shit up and pull shit out of nowhere and run with this ridiculousness. Not one thing this man just said is true. Not one. This is shit he has pulled out of his absolute ass crack. But he believes it. He 1,000% believes that what he is saying is the truth. And he believes that he's doing God's work. And that is the scary part.
Oh my God. Where am I at? All right. So he thinks now that this is the deal. So she gets him out of the bedroom as quick as possible. Dee Dee was long gone before he got there. At least an hour or two, I'm sure. Get him in and out. Now, what he heard from, here's the key part, guys. And pay attention. Because this is important. Nick says when he walked in, she looked at him and said, "Who are you?" Remember? No, she didn't. That was a recording. That's when she saw Ace Bannister in a mask. They were joking.
Listen, I'm going to say this with absolute sincerity. And I am not saying this because I'm trying to overstep boundaries or anything else. And I'm not saying this because I'm trying to tell people what to do. I'm saying this out of genuine concern and because I have seen this happen before. Every person needs to leave this man alone. Whether they are on Gypsy's side or not, they need to leave this man alone. They need to stop antagonizing him. They need to stop encouraging him. They need to stop egging him on. They need to stop contacting him, trying to talk to him. This is not funny. This is not the kind of person that most of these people are used to dealing with on TikTok. And let me say this. Most of these people who are currently defending Gypsy or who have channels on TikTok, they are new to this. And what I mean by that is they may have been doing this since Gypsy got out of prison, but this is the only case they have any experience dealing with. This is the only case, and these are the only people. And most of these people are just trivial, ridiculous gossip mongers, harmless other than aggravation. This man is not the same. The information that this man is putting out there is not the same. This man is dangerous. And I don't mean that physically. And you're exactly right, Christy. And that's what bothers me. And I'm going to tell you, I am very disturbed by the amount of people that have said in this chat that people who are literally supposed to be close to Gypsy have contacted this man. Because some of them like the drama too. That's why they are involved in it all the time. And let's face it, the back and forth bullshit, it's funny sometimes. This isn't funny. This isn't funny. And none of those people are equipped to handle this man's kind of crazy. And quite frankly, they wouldn't have to handle it because you never know what's going to set somebody like this off. And one of them contacting him or trying to go on his panel or go into his comments is all that it's going to take. I had no idea how serious this was. Truly. No idea how serious this was. Until I started watching these videos. And I literally have been sitting here taking notes. I'm treating this like a true crime case. Because I truly feel like it is. I already have 4 pages of notes. Bree, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's not what everybody else is saying. Other people say that Dreamers contacted him and other people. And there are a lot of people in his comments I've seen that are very active on TikTok. But the thing about it is, when you don't realize how these people are, just contacting them with a question could send them over the edge. Nobody needs to be contacting him, period. This man is dangerous. Dangerous. I do too, Tony. I do too. I have a very, very bad feeling about this. And my gut's usually spot on. Y'all know that. That's why I'm sitting here taking notes. Literally 4 pages already. Timestamps. Yeah, please. The sooner the better. Because there are several things that he has said in these videos. Brie, I understand that. I understand what you're saying, and I understand why you're defending Sheena. But this is what I'm saying to you. Until you've dealt with people like this, you don't understand what little bit is going to set somebody off. And Brie, honestly, it doesn't matter what I don't know. I know enough right here. This is all I need to know is what I've heard this man say. And I'm not saying that this man is dangerous, because he's physically dangerous. The people that are in his comments are what I'm worried about. The things that I have seen in his comments are what I am worried about. And quite frankly, until this is handled, until this man and anybody else like him is taken care of, this is insane. This is absolute insanity. Okay, that sounds good. Well, it's not even that, Jilly Bear. It's not even his chat that I'm concerned about, or his people that follow him. It's only going to take one person to find this, to hear what he's saying, and make this their life's mission. This man is literally telling people that he is doing the work of God. And it is only going to take one religious fanatic to hear that and think that this is their calling and that the Lord is speaking to them. Because this man thinks so too. Do you know how many people have unalived people because they felt like God was telling them to do it? A lot more than you probably realize. This man is mentally ill, and it's only going to take another person like him for something catastrophic to happen. And that is what I am very concerned about right now. And I don't get like this very often, actually pretty regularly, but I am literally sick to my stomach. It takes a lot to bother me about things. You too, Christy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine too, Delta. Hang on, y'all. Let me play this.
Saying about it, about how they got this recording. She didn't know who he was in the mask. That's what she said. Who are you? Way earlier when they recorded to trick him. Let me tell you something. Who are you? She liked Nick. Plenty of interviews. She loved Nick. She was glad. Finally, she was with some timid little boyfriend that really loved her and wasn't trying to use and abuse her like all these other old men that were passing around like a piece of fucking meat. And I posted an article with a video. Someone took it down or banned my account. I don't know. It's somewhere where there was an article just prior to her murder where she said verbatim, Gypsy's dating a man named Nick. And I believe she said go to John too. Don't quote me on that. And she said this, and they're very so much in love, and it's lovely to see. Verbatim, that's the verbiage she used, fucking lovely. She knew Nick damn well. I've got more than 3 people that said she invited Nick, because he lives so far away in Wisconsin, could come and stay for a long weekend or even maybe a little longer at their home as long as he slept in the guest bedroom. She says, I'm not having unmarried people like that together under my roof, sleeping together. That's not happening. And there are a lot of people like that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's lots of people like that. She knew what they would be doing behind her and all this, but she's not but you're not going to wake up in the morning and then I see my kid in bed with some dude. That's not happening in my home. They're not married. So she knew exactly who he was. So that takes care of that. All right. Now, the yelling out, Gypsy, don't hurt. Gypsy wasn't even in the room, I thought. Right? That was the recording they played to trick him. This shit with her moving, he either was imagining that or, because I don't know how they played. I'm going to have to get to some more of this in the next video. My time's running out. I don't know if she was in the other room and had a mechanism to play it from the other room. I don't know if they had Bluetooth or any of that shit back then, or just there was a speaker in the room and she could play it from there. I don't know. But they played that so he would think she was still alive and that he took her out. That he's the one that took her out. You understand that? That's important. Okay? So they play this stupid recording for her, so he thinks it's her. Right? Now, I don't know if either she played it from another room or if one of those dudes were still in that room. I don't know how the layout of the room. Was he in a closet? Was he on the side of the bed? I know she just took him in there on one side. I said, just do the deed and get done. I don't know. Did maybe someone tug and move her a little bit at first just to make him think? I don't know. But you guys, the police asked him and he said he was on her back and he was stabbing her. And she said, well, did he move her? No, she didn't move or struggle at all. Go watch the police interview, guys. Everything I'm telling you is the truth, you guys. Listen to me. The genital mutilation, that bitch detective was trying to put that on me. She was told to go in there with the number one aim of putting that on him. Because if they would have put that up in front of a fucking jury and said, this animal did this, look at this, this animal did that to her, that would have been it. It's a wrap. They would have given a fuck about Gypsy Rose Blanchard. They would have convicted him and gave him the fucking death penalty. And I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, part 5, I guess, of the sacrifice of Dee Dee Blanchard and tying up some loose ends and things. All right, a couple things to start. First of all, if anyone has any questions or I'm forgetting things or leaving things out or explain.
Okay, so here's where I'm at with this. If you, historically speaking, look into there is a case that I followed a few years back. His other YouTube SD, what's that one? There's a case that I followed a few years back, and I'm not gonna name the name of it because I don't want to give anybody any ideas. But there was a woman, actually, it wasn't a man, a woman who was a religious zealot, and she latched on to this woman who she worked with previously, and she felt that that's the name of it. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my God. These are the same videos that are on his other one. Anyhow, I followed this case. It was about 2 years ago. And there was this woman who was a religious zealot, and she had worked with this woman previously that they had not gotten along. The woman made a criticism about the woman always clutching her pearls. And she took offense to that because she wore a rosary. And she felt like she had offended her faith and her religion by saying that the woman was always clutching her pearls. So she literally lost her mind over this woman. Now, obviously, she was too far gone to begin with, but this is what I'm saying. When it only takes, you never know what the straw is going to be that breaks the camel's back with people like this. And this woman literally plotted for 3 years. 3 years. And she waited until this woman had had a baby. And then after the husband had left for work one morning, she broke into the house and unalived the mother and the child. The baby was 6 months old. And she said that because the woman had offended her religion and said the things she said to her, which literally was just about clutching her pearls, that she had offended God. And that God told her that this evil woman who was possessed by the devil needed to be sent back to hell. And that her baby was the spawn of a demon. So it had to be killed as well. If you do research into how many cases of unalivings where the perpetrator thinks that they are doing the work of God, it is alarming. And you would understand why I am as bothered by this as I am if you knew those things. The things that I see every day in these true crime cases that I cover, You think about how many just serial killers. Think about that for just a minute. How many serial killers that have been publicized that we know a lot of information about do we know heard voices? If we know about these people who've been made public, how many people do you think are not public that do the same thing? This man says we nonstop. There's a reason. I told y'all, I pay attention to how people speak, the words they use. I had no idea. Like I said, I have stayed away from this drama mess with Gypsy because it makes me literally angry because they're idiots. This is not that. The other people that I got sent to me on the list of people that are idiots about this case, they're truly just dumbasses. Dumbasses looking for attention and money. This man is not. That's not his motive. It is something entirely different. I am pretty good at reading people. This man is a horror story waiting to happen. No, I do not believe that she does, SD. Christy didn't. And I understand why. Because I do the same thing. I don't care about what people say about me. I don't want to know about the things that people say. But honestly, somebody should have told them that this man has said these things, specific things that he said. And I certainly hope that somebody has at least some of these things, because this is a level of disturbing that you don't see very often. And this is the scary part about it. Typically, I don't see things like this until I'm covering them, because somebody's already dead. Now think about that for a minute. This is the exact kind of thing that you would expect somebody to make and to see as evidence in a religious unaliving case. This is almost like his diary. And he's telling you all about it if you just listen.
And something right, or you want some clarification, all right? I'm new to social media, you guys. Please, in the comments, or if you don't want everyone seeing your business, you can email me, all right? Friend Chris set up an email address just for this. Just put in the, what is the reference of the subject, whatever, just put Karma Collector in there, okay? And then I'll check and get it, all right? It's just lowercase everything. XX Narcopath Slayer. XX NARCOPATHSLAYER, all together at gmail.com. All right.
Did you just hear what he said? Did you just hear what he said his email address is? Narcopath Slayer. A narcopath slayer. That is his email address. A narcopath is it's not really a official term. It's just a term that's heard a lot in true crime. It's a narcissistic sociopath. It's not untreated necessarily. It's just what it's just a common term that's used. No, he's not saying he's crazy. Listen to what it's narcopath slayer. 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 Narcopath slayer. Jesus, take all the wheels. Oh, he absolutely thinks that Gypsy is a narcopath. He actually refers to her as that in a couple of his other videos. And I was just going back on my phone and watching some of his earlier videos. And his earlier videos compared to these are not the same. His behaviors, his mannerisms, his facial expressions are much more animated now than they were when he first started doing this. From my understanding, he's been doing this for about a year. Jesus, take the wheels. He seems to be spiraling a bit.
And that way I can address it. I'll just address it to you directly and or put it in a video or something, okay? So we can do that. Now, another thing I want to bring up is a couple friends of mine on here, Trixie Lane and True Chrissy. If you're not following them, go see True Chrissy over on TikTok for sure. I don't know what she's doing over here on YouTube. On YouTube, Trixie Lane for sure. If you want something supplementary to all this shit with the sacrifice and everything and these players in it and the people in Missouri and all that, best person is Trixie Lane right here on YouTube. Absolutely. Watch those videos. She knows what's going on with VisionCon and with David Blanchard and with Dan Glidewell. She's got videos on all these fucking people, man. And she has footage from the VisionCons. She's got amazing footage and work that they do over there. And shit. Okay. And my friend True Chrissy helps her and they all help me too. But they're great. So go over there and check that out. That if you want supplementary information,
just
kind of
delete
fill in the
it?
blanks, like what is he talking about these people? How would he know this? Go look. Go look over there at Trixie Lane, man. Okay? So I want to get that out of the way. Another thing I want to get out of the way is let's give some credit to True Chrissy, because I don't know if she was a detective in a past life or something, but she's pointed something out to me. She watched the video and I was saying about how you got to sprinkle something out to make a pentagram, because they're not going to use paint or do anything crazy like that.
Listen to this.
Just something they can remove. They use salt is another big one they can use, and I imagine that would be easy, pulling out how it's in the Morton thing and the spout, and how you could probably draw a pentagram easily with salt. Salt is one they use for other reasons too, but she mentioned, could they use flour? She asked me. Duh. Now I don't know this for certain. No, again, guys, this is one of the things I'm filling in, because there should be a pentagram involved. And again, David Blanchard's the one that brokered it. He was responsible for turning in the film, and it's got to be a proper ritual and sacrifice. You understand? So that's why I'm certain there's a pentagram. No one told us that there was. Okay? I'm telling you the truth. That's supposition. No one told us that. I'm just filling that in the blanks because there should be one. Now, bring in that bag of flour that we've all seen with the drop of blood on it. That is not, again, I'm not a forensics guy and all that shit, but I've seen lots of crime scene photos and information I've had to deal with before, okay? That is not from when a weapon, when you pull it up or down and blood splatters off of it and flies off of it in a certain way. They call that cast off, I believe they call that.
You don't even know what it's
And
called.
there's all kinds of names they have for different ways blood is.
Oh my God.
That just, to me, this is not a professional opinion in any way, okay? I'm just telling you. To me, just as a layman even, although I've seen lots of crime scene photos, as a layman, that looks like a drop. That, to me, on that flour bag, looks like someone above it at some point had such a volume of blood pulling on them somewhere that it made it fell off of them and dropped onto it. Now, again, this is my opinion. This is all supposition here. I can just picture, though, if they grabbed this bag of flour, right, that we all saw had the blood splatter on it. We all saw that. If they took this bag of flour, did their pentagram, and then just set the bag to the side on the floor, start their deal, and when she's mama or whatever else they were doing, the blood could have splattered off of one of them or one of the knives onto that bag. I'm just putting that together, But she pointed that out to me. Could it be something like flour or something else she mentioned? And salt is a big one. Or powder, she said. That they could do that too. That would be perfect, of course. Of course. But the flour and the blood on the flour, man, that I think might be what that was about. Maybe not. Okay. All right. So just credit to her for coming up with that. Okay. All right. Anyway, so we've handled all that, right? Please like, subscribe, and share. You know the deal. Oh, one more thing. Many people are asking me stuff like, how can we help? How can I hype this out? Or how can I spread it around? Look, all you can do is share it with people and like and subscribe like you are, and maybe make some comments for engagement. Maybe that'll push it out further. I mean, you can just tell people about me, I guess. Or someone mentioned to me, one of my people, they said, you can tell them that if anyone wants to just download and copy your videos and play them off of their channel as one of theirs and just play it, make a whole channel, you can just post my videos, whatever, or portions of them, don't, even if you want to do some kind of parody, I don't care, but don't piece them together with stuff and make them out of context. I'll make it be the opposite of what I'm saying and shit. Just don't shoot crazy shit like that. But otherwise, use it any way you want. If you want to break it down and say, okay, well, does this, like, let me talk and say something and say, does this make sense to you? Do you guys, what do you think? And I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm not asking you all to do this. I'm just saying, people that have asked me How can I help? How can I get this? I didn't even think of this. I didn't even know that that would be a thing. But if you have my permission and everyone has my permission, then you can do what you want with the shit. I don't care how it gets out there as long as it does. It will still be me telling it. I don't care about which channel they gets credit for the view. I don't care about any of that. I don't care any about that or any of the credit or I don't care about that. All right.
Exactly.
You know, if you don't like what I look like, you can even just play my voice in the background saying it. You can put a fucking emoji or someone else on top of it or whatever. I don't care. Just we have to get this out. Okay. Now I've already spent a whole bunch of time, but I just want to tell some things and tie up some loose ends here. Number one, the police involvement as far as the cover up and them overlooking and doing things. I'm going to have to make a video or two probably on that. Remember, I only get 15 minutes out of whack. A video or two on that. Okay. It runs deep, but it has to be. But as soon as you make the deal and complete your end, you're protected that way too. And they jumped into motion. But we'll get to that. Now, we were at the point last time where they're done with her. Okay. They went, supposedly he went in the bedroom, waxed her 4 times, and now she's gone. She's telling him, and now she's nude, remember? Either way you slice it. If he came out by himself or they came out together, I think she went in there to either help him or was in there the whole time. Because remember, only exactly 4 and get him out. Remember? Either way, they both say she was running around naked, right? Because that was what the next step is going to be, right? Of course, use your feminine wiles. That's what she was trying to do. Okay. They just got done with in there with her, right? That's where we're at. Either way. Now he's out. Okay. Now she's convinced him they done this binding thing, da 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 da. So now she's supposed to, what she's supposed to do is get rid of him, right? And how she's supposed to do it is use sex. Of course, she didn't go for that, I guess. I don't know. I wasn't there for this part. This is what was supposed to happen.
There for any of it.
Okay. She was supposed to convince him. Remember all the bondage and shit she brought into it and all the freak stuff and put in his mind that he was a BDSM freak, which is not, put it in his mind that he was and all this shit and just crazy. And she's doing all this crazy shit and 50 Shades of Grey and all this, right? Well, now she was supposed to talk him into, let me blindfold you, Nick, and either, I don't know for certain which one is, bind him some kind of way, tie him up or handcuff him, whatever. All right. Of course, she trusts him. He loves her and all this shit. Supposed to get him like that, naked and everything. I guess I don't know about that part, but tied. Like I'm saying, I could just see it, but tied up, blindfolded, right? And then when she's supposed to start doing whatever to him, she's supposed to then stab him and kill him. Okay. And then listen to me. They stressed to her, David Blanchard stressed to her, Gypsy, you have to get some of his skin underneath your fingernails. This is the most important of all of it. You need to scratch him in his face or scratch him somewhere. That is a defense. See, Mr. Know-It-All. And he's right. That shows a defense. You're defensive of you trying to get away, trying to fight him. That's what that shows. You need to get that under him. Scratch his face, scratch his arm. I don't care if you do it while he's still alive or when he's gone. You need to do that, Gypsy. And then all we know is she was supposed to get with the Blanchards. They were good friends with Gypsy and Dee Dee. They had a key. That's how David got in. He didn't climb in through his big fat ass didn't get through no fucking window. He had a key because they trusted him. And they were very tight, man. Very tight. It's just David's a manipulator, wanted to make a bunch of money, and Dee Dee was now in the way, but that's another video. Okay? So then they were supposed to get with the Blanchards. Now, how that went, I don't know. I don't know how close they even lived. I haven't investigated that. Trixie Lane probably knows. I don't know. Was she supposed to go to them? She had a cell phone. They were super tight with these people. Hello. Of course they had the phone number. Was she supposed to text and call them and freak out and they come over? And then, oh my God, look what happened, and call the police? Was she supposed to go over there?
Was the motherfucker supposed to take her wheelchair down the road? I don't know that part. See, these are the parts I don't know. Because why? Who would tell someone that part of it, or whatever? It's just the part where that's what was supposed to happen. She was supposed to kill him in self-defense and then get with the Blanchards. And then it was going to be, oh my God, he hurt Mama. He was hurting Mama on her back so much, cutting her and stabbing her and hurting Mama. And then he was going to rape me. So I did what I could and I turned on him. And to save my life, I fought him and I scratched him away. And then, he was overpowering me. He was going to rape me. He was about to rape me. He was about to rape me. So I picked up that knife and I stabbed him and I killed him in my own self-defense. And that's what happened. And that's what they were going to do. And then that would have been that, guys. Okay. The next day, newspaper, this boy, brave little girl, but she'd have been back in that wheelchair looking crazy, looking all fucked up with stuffed animals. I'm telling you, she'd have been back in the chair acting like the Ronald McDonald kid. And then it would have been accolades. She was going to get the house because she's 23, guys. They were going to fix that. No problem. She was going to have books, movies, the big star, just as she was fucking promised. I hope this is all coming together for everyone. And I'll see you in the next video.
Hope it's
okay, guys. Now that I've covered that 5-part series of the night of the sacrifice for the most part, okay? Lots of things branch off of that. A lot of things need clarification, things of that nature. So please, if you come to this, please watch the first 5 parts first. I'm going to split that off into a playlist of its own. So we'll do that. Anyway, this is some of the aftermath. What happened after that? How this got set into motion. All right. Gypsy completed her sacrifice. There's film of it. Okay. Things are set into motion now. If this doesn't work out for her, which we know that it didn't. Okay. First of all, please like, subscribe, and share, if you would.
I'm literally treating this as a case.
Now,
because I think it's going to be.
This is right now. She's already tricked him with the binding ritual. She's supposed to do this deal. I told you in the last one, where she's supposed to trick him into letting her blindfold him and bind his hands behind his back, so he's basically helpless. But he trusts her, right? And supposed to then make love to him or what have you. But instead, she's supposed to kill him. All right. Then at this point, I don't know how this was supposed to go on. Was she supposed to text him, call him? They had one another's phone numbers. I'm telling you, the Blanchards were very close with Dee Dee and Gypsy. That's why they had a key to the house. David had a key to the house. Don't let anyone tell you anything different. They were very close and they had each other's phone numbers. Stop the madness. I don't know if she was supposed to contact just via phone and say, oh my God, start the whole fake thing, or if she was supposed to go to them. Do you know what I mean? I covered this in last, but she was supposed to do this big story about, like I said, scratch his face or his arms to get some of his skin cells, his DNA under her skin. So she put up a fight, a defensive mode, defensive moves, right? And then she was supposed to stab him though, and really just kill him while he's blindfolded and helpless, and then set this up and run to the police. And then they were going to get her right and get the story right. And then the Blanchards were going to call the police with this poor little, helpless, sick girl, frantic and just crying and going crazy. And then she's got to tell how, oh my God, he came and he attacked my mama and he hurt her and look what he did. And then I stopped, and then he threatened to rape me and all this shit. So I killed him. Okay. That's what was supposed to happen. All right. Now, David's got to be waiting on something, either for her to contact him or for her to show up or whatever the case. Again, I don't know that part of it. All I was told is that at this point, she's supposed to get with the Blanchards. Okay. That's how the story was just told to them. All right. So I imagine after some time when this doesn't happen, the Blanchards are fucking freaking out. This is what David's waiting on. And this is what's supposed to happen. Remember, guys, he's getting instruction too. Now he's got the video film and he's got the goblet that they used to give back to the people. Okay, those goblets are given to you to use for the ceremony, the ritual, and then you give it back. And that goes back with the film. Now there's proof. But they have the film now of her doing it, and she drank up the goblet. That's the symbol. That's what that symbolizes, and they give that back.
I don't know who is they.
She drank of the goblet of the blood of the sacrifice, and here's the film of it. So now she's in. So now they got to spring into action to protect her. But first, at this point, I don't know whether or not they know what's going on, because I know for sure, of course, Gypsy had their phone number and stuff, but remember, she's an adult. She's not that timid little child she pretended to be, guys. That is a front and a role. I mean, you should. Okay. So and if she was calling and messaging David Blanchard, the police cover up, guys, we're not going to know about that. They would have never even run that, checked those records, or if they did, they're not going to tell anybody. So who knows if they were because someone put her up to doing that Facebook post. You understand? She didn't come up with that on her own, I don't think. Maybe. I think down low, she's calling in connection with David Blanchard because that was her go-to person. That's who set it up. Don't you remember? I'm pretty certain her go-to person now would be Mike Stanfield. He's for sure Luciferian. And that's why he jumped into motion as being her defense attorney. But we'll get to that. All the police corruption and all that corruption that had to all fall in line because she's now a part of it, man. She's a part of it. We got to get her out of this shit or do the best we can with her. All right? But we'll get to that part. Now, this is immediately after.
Pinky, who the hell knows?
At some point, David either got a call or was supposed to meet with his go-to person and hand off the film and the goblet, most importantly. He probably did that and said, look, I don't know what the deal was. She was supposed to finish him and get with me or what in whatever means or whatever. Or maybe she had already contacted him real quick. Who knows? She went and decided she couldn't do it. Or I don't know what happened. He couldn't get him to go along. I don't know this part. Okay, guys? All I know is Glidewell and Bannister, they knew that she was supposed to do that, and she fucked that up because they're like, Gypsy fucked everything up from jump. Who gets caught doing their sacrifice? No one. That's why you have a scapegoat to fucking blame it on. Right? They tried like hell to blame it on him, right? He was supposed to be dead. It was supposed to be the maniac did her sacrifice for her, and then she just took him out in self-defense. And then that means she took out 2 sacrifices, guys. It doesn't matter how you do it. Don't you understand that? That would accomplish 2 for her, and then she would have had that house. For that, we'll get into it. That's a whole video. I have to go about defilement rituals and all that. Why that house was important, and how she would have been ranked up pretty good. She would have been a decent deal in there, that dumb idiot. Of course, she would have all the help and all the backing in the world. Leslie. And David Blanchard wanted his hand in every bit of it. See, that's the key. David Blanchard is a greedy, controlling, manipulative fuck, and so is Dan Glidewell. Well, so is Brian. So are all of them. And they knew once they got Dee Dee out of the way, they can manipulate, control the hell out of stupid Gypsy Rose. She was the one that's all this stuff was because of her doing. Was her and her mother's house. She's the one that gave up her fucking mother and was supposed to be her boyfriend too, right? But they were going to ride off of that. This is why they got to get rid of her too. So it's 2 birds with one stone, guys. Please understand that. Okay. Now, looking at some of this evidence. Okay. You guys, they know from the police interrogation, he stabbed her 4 times. He was adamant. Are you sure? Nope, just 4 times. Nope, that's it. Nope. And they know that. All right? How are they getting over? There's 13 stab wounds prior that they know are farther along in the healing process by some number of hours even than the 4 new ones. Oh my God. He said the one went so deep and like he felt that pop or something, which means it probably was the lung. He says, I think I hit the lung. The lung is the second most vascular area of your body, next only to your heart. It's right by your heart. They work in conjunction. That's where the gas exchange takes place. If you puncture someone's heart from the front or the back, when you pull out that knife, there's blood would be flying everywhere. That's why the detective said, I've worked other cases when people stab people. Normally, there's blood on them and on, here. Yeah, there would have been blood all over the fucking place. She didn't have any blood in her. Her blood volume was drained. in
Idaho 4.
the kitchen. I've already covered that. You guys have to do these in sequential order. That's why I've numbered them all. Okay. And this is the aftermath one and what have you. All right. That is why there would have been blood all over the place. How are they getting over that her throat was slit from ear to ear? But this boy took her out with some stab marks on stabs in the back. When everyone knows when you slit their, that's it. That's what killed them. None of this other shit killed them.
Allie.
That's what killed them. And they know that because they were part of the cover-up. I have to get to that. Many wheels have to turn, many things have to happen. But when you're in the brotherhood and you're in, they will happen for you, okay? You have to be patient. I have to get to that. All right? So.
No, it wasn't, Leslie.
Then they tried to lie and say, oh, she bled internally. That's why there's no blood all over the place. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Your circulatory system is a closed system. Contrary to popular belief, people think, oh, well, there's blood in your stomach with everything moving around and blood. No, there's not. There is blood in the veins and the arteries and the capillaries. It is a closed system. Your blood circulates around to move oxygen around and discard CO2 and move other materials around. That is what the blood is for, to move shit around and deliver oxygen, okay? Listen to me. Oh, my God. If you're bleeding internally, okay, you're bleeding into a cavity of some sort. Once you die and your blood stops circulating and pumping around, the blood is going to do pool, something called pooling and seepage. It's in the cavities and it wants to go somewhere. So it's going to start to absorb into the skin. When you get a bruise, when someone punches you or something, that's because capillaries are breaking there on the surface and there's blood in there, just a little bit though, because they're capillaries, right? And the skin's, all that colorization it's absorbing the blood. That's why it goes to, the yellow, green, and this goes away, right? This blood, and they found her 3 or 4 days post-mortem. Don't forget that. She would have been black and blue from not red, a little bit of red on her like they showed. Come on, you guys. They slit her throat and took her out, man. After they tortured her and carved on her back, and then they had Nick stab a dead woman. Period, end of discussion. That's what fucking happened. Nothing else happened. That's what happened. She would have been completely black and blue. Okay? So that's all bullshit. All right? We've already talked about the genital mutilation. That female detective knew that was there because they told her to go in there and pin that on him, get him to admit to something. She went on and on about necrophilia, about, and just, you sure you didn't do that? They wanted him to say he even touched her down there. That would have been it. I'm telling you, then they would have sought the death penalty then probably to get the attention off of her. That's how evil these people are. Just to make a big thing, we'll seek the death penalty now. Just get the attention off her. They would have showed that a big picture of that genitals, all her vagina, all, because it was everything they did, all of her down there. Okay? They would have shoved that. Remember, he said, looks like raw ground beef down there, Ace Bannister says. They would have showed that to the jury. That would have been a wrap. So they couldn't get him to do it, though. They couldn't get him to admit to any of it because he's telling the truth the whole time. That bitch lied the whole time. He lied the whole time. And they knew it. I mean, he told the truth the whole time. I'm sorry. He's an autistic man. They don't lie. They don't lie. They may try to a little bit, but then you say 1 or 2 things to them, they crumble. They don't hold on to abstract concepts and lies like that, and they don't carry on a lie. No way, no how. They don't do it. This is absolutely ridiculous how this happened. And this bitch says, well, I'm not the one that did the actual killing. Fuck you, motherfucker. Yes, you did. You slit your mother's throat from ear to ear, you dumb cunt. And then you drank her fucking blood. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But I'm too far in this video, and I'm not gonna do it over. Sorry though. I didn't mean I mean it about her, but I should have said that. But anyway. So this is what happened. And they tricked him. Okay? So that's bullshit. He stabbed a dead body. All right? All right. What else we got to talk about the evidence? There's so much shit, man. I got to tell you guys. All right. We're at 13 minutes. I'm going to close this down here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Exactly, Jay.
All right, guys. Well, I'm just gonna make this other video now to just try to tie some things up, loose ends type deal. First of all, please like, subscribe, and share. If you have any questions, again, I'm gonna put my
Oh, Sherry,
I'm gonna go ahead and put my. I'm sorry, I want to put that on do not disturb so it doesn't do that obnoxious beep in the middle of it.
very.
I want to put my email address down in the comments below. Again, just put Karma Collector in the what the hell is it called? The subject line. Put that in the subject line. That way, when I go in there, that I'll just get the ones that are for me. Okay. So I just want to hit on some things here, and clear some things up. Again, please just ask questions for me to clarify, even in the comments if you don't mind other people seeing them. All right. Okay. All right. Now, I want to talk about this real quick. When I tell you about, I know she made a deal and I know she sacrificed her mother. I've got all this information from all these people is why, number one, but there's more than that, guys. I also know that she's affiliated with a bunch of people that are in the occult. I also know that Dee Dee was actually involved with them. I'm not saying she was a Dee to Luciferian because she wasn't wealthy and all that, and she didn't have that, but she was adjacent. I discussed adjacent people before. She worked with them in some things. Okay, so this is deep rooted, and I don't know that Rod and them aren't in it either prior to her being in it. And we'll talk about that later. Rob, not me. I'm sorry, Christy. Rob and Christy's role, right? I don't know that they weren't involved prior. I don't know that. I do know that turns out Dee Dee has occult roots and she was into some witchcraft too and stuff.
Oh, bless me.
Guys, there's a reason that they got flown out of Katrina like that and sent there where they were sent to. But that's another video or two also. I'm sorry, guys. But I want to talk about this. Well, I come to the conclusion, and for sure I know that she did trade her soul for and sacrifice her mother for fame and fortune. I know that. Number one, what they want that house for, I understand and I know that.
Thank you.
Fact that everyone's telling me this shit and it matches what happened with the crime scene. It all matches. All the symbolism she does. All the shit with the dates she does. And the fact that all this shit was handed to her. Okay. All the shit when she got out. 10 million TikTok people handed to her. Those weren't people that organically just signed up to follow her because, oh God, Gypsy Rose is getting out. Not 10 million people. Those are bot farms. Those were paid for her. Those were given to her. Instagram too. The book deal lined up for her. The mainstream media tour lined up for her. Kim Kardashian, Jeffree Star, both Luciferians, lined up for her. The documentaries and shit lined up for her. All of the TV show, all lined up for her. That's what they do. Right? This is why we know all of these things together, that beyond a shadow of a doubt, that's what this is, and it's nothing else. She sacrificed her mother in exchange. There's no other rhyme or reason this dumb bitch who has zero talent, zero likability, has nothing going for her. She's not beautiful. She's not glamorous. She's not funny. She's not smart. She's not intelligent. She's not from a wealthy, powerful family. There's no rhyme or reason for her to be handed all this shit simply because she killed her mother and played abuse. None. That is why. Okay? That is why. Also, guys, this evidence. This is Greene County, Missouri. It is not a little podunk town. It is Springfield. It is one of the bigger cities in Missouri. It's not a podunk town. There's no way this police work would have been this sloppy normally. There's no way. This was a cover-up. This was a straight cover-up, and they were all. Okay. All right, guys. Hey, guys. Good morning, YouTube. Please like, subscribe, and share. All right. First of all, I want to talk a little bit about that last video I made with telling you about the tribulation and the rapture and all that. I saw some questions and stuff. I'm going to make a whole nother video clarifying some things with the rapture and explain some things to you. That's not what it says in Scripture at all. It's what your preacher may have told you, but that's not what it says. And that's not what it means. All right. But I don't want to get into all that here. I want to talk about how the police corruption, how immediately after this, when things started going south and David and them figured out, I'm sure he was communicating with Gypsy, guys. I'm sure of it. She had a phone, you guys. As soon as it was going south, David calls his contact person. They jumped into motion, man. Okay, so I want to cover that. But first, let's talk about a few things. They're questioning about, well, the tribulation. Well, the Antichrist isn't. The Antichrist is definitely on the scene. I'm not permitted yet to name him, and as soon as I can, I will. Okay. The way it's written.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is worse than I thought. This is truly worse than I thought. Oh my God.
About you got I can't get into it now. I will though. Okay, I will. He's definitely on the scene. There's some things misleading you've been told, or how you're construing what it says in there. He's definitely on the scene. Okay, everyone knows who he is. All right, now there's some. It looks like some confusion in the comments about how the order of this goes. All right, we're in the tribulation. There isn't. No one's rapturing up anywhere at any time until the very, very end. Okay, things are pretty evil right now, you know, with all the wars and all the just look how evil everything is. Look at Hollywood, look at the TV, look at the fucking Olympics, look at everything is evil now. Kids getting snatched up everywhere, all this shit that's happening. Everything is evil. People getting shot in the streets all the time. Supposed to be the best country in the world. Our schools get shot up all the time. There's people getting shot in the streets every single day in America. Excuse me. I mean, come on, guys. They just have a way of insulating us from us in a certain way, or we're so used to it. We don't see how bad things are. Jesus is coming here one time. It's not something where he's sucking up his favorites, you know, and taking them to a marriage supper of the Lamb, and then they're coming back, and then it's no. All that shit takes place here within the millennial kingdom. He is coming here. No one's going anywhere. When it gets so bad, when certain events converge all at once, what those events are, I have no idea. I've not been made privy to that information. Only the Lord God, our Father in heaven, knows that information. Just know there are certain events, and when they converge, it will kick this into happening. Okay? He is coming here. Okay? No one's going anywhere. After his 1,000-year reign, when we hear the term Lucifer's or the devil's little season, that is not happening now. Lucifer has been here running shit from the very start, the whole time. Jesus is coming here to reign for the last 1,000 years. It was a 7,000-year plan. Lucifer acting stupid and getting his ass thrown out of the heavenly realm and taking a third of them with him threw salt into the game. And somehow, some way, he ends up with 6,000 years. He's running the show. And even right now, until Jesus returns. It's a 7,000-year plan. The first 6,000 years are that, and then God is intervening and sending his son back to reign for 1,000 years, the way it should have been run here
with everyone sharing food, growing trees and food and plants everywhere for everyone to have, sharing the natural resources with everybody, and no war, no problems, and everyone get along, and no governments and all this shit. Where you are is where you live, and everyone gets along, and that's that. Okay? Now, can he do this all? No, there will be angels of the Lord too. I think they don't run around looking like wings and all that. They will look like regular men, probably. Okay? Not probably, they will. Okay, I was going to try to talk about some other shit, but I want to clear this up. At the very end of the 1,000-year reign, I don't know exactly when. Then at the end, 1,000 years and 7,000 years are over, it's done. Then he's going to destroy the earth with fire. As it begins to destroy the earth, that is when everyone that's left here, 1,000 and some change years from now, will then be taken to heaven in a rapture-like event. Because there won't even be any more earth. Okay? Now, at some point prior to that occurring, Lucifer himself, not his angels, will be let loose for a small period to test the people. Excuse me. To see if Lucifer can somehow tempt people and get a little group going of doing some evil shit. The devil's little season is at the very end of Jesus's millennial reign, where he's going to run around and try to test God's people.
Y'all, this man, I'm telling y'all, this man is dangerous.
But that's the deal. At the very end, to test God's people.
This man is dangerous.
Okay? So that's the order of it. As far as the rapture goes, I'm going to make a whole video talking about why that is a Luciferian doctrine. That is one of the many tricks he came up with. So God's people would not at all be worried about preparing at all for the troubled times in the tribulation. Okay? Because things can go completely south at any moment, and people stop sending us stuff and all, or something happened and all our means of, if the internet shuts down, our means of shipping stuff around food, the grocery stores will be empty in 10 minutes. As soon as the wealthy people find out there's going to be shortages, they will go there and buy up everything just so they have it for them and their people, not caring about everybody else. Okay, please understand that. It can go south like that in 2 minutes, and the famine can be here in America as well. Okay, just keep that in mind. But when certain events converge, terrible things, then God will intervene and his son will be here. Okay, that is how it works. I promise you, just like that. You're going to see. It's not going to be that much longer. It can't be that much longer. It can't be. It's not going to be 20 years from now. Okay, but you will see. It's going. Those of you that will still be alive, it's going to be just like that. All right, just trust me on this one. Trust me, bro. Fucking trust me, bro. All right, so I'm making a whole rapture video. Now I want to talk a little bit about the police cover-up. I'm not going to get that much done probably now. All right. Please, you have to understand. As soon as she made that deal, when she drank of the blood of the sacrifice, when she drank of the cup of the blood of the sacrifice, and that video was complete, David Blanchard had it to turn in. That's it. It's a wrap. She did her part. And they're going to stick to her end of the deal. That's why they moved into motion with the police. They moved into motion and got the right people assigned. We'll go over that. When she's in prison, they moved into motion. Do you really think Christy did all that footwork? That dumb country bumpkin, her and Rod, made all this happen with these documentaries and all this shit? Yeah, Christy was doing all this footwork. No, hell she wasn't. Mike Stanfield, a Luciferian, with the Brotherhood, started making those movies to get the narrative in everyone's head. Dee Dee's a terrible maniac, and Gypsy's a little victim, and look, she's just like a little kid. Calm down. At the same time, let's make bad ones about Nicholas Godejohn and what an animal he is. Get it? That was them. A deal is a deal. And it's for a couple reasons. Number one, they're going to stick up to the end of the bargain, right? Number two, what would it look like if someone like Gypsy or someone else said, fuck it, they're not in it, they're not helping me, let's stick it to the end of the bargain, then I'm going to tell everyone in the world about what they do.
Oh, I
What
know.
if they came on here, one of these people, and then snitched the whole thing out? Didn't care if they were going to get killed or whatever. Snitched the whole thing out somewhere, and everyone saw because they pissed them off and they didn't do what they didn't end up their stack up their end of the bargain.
Trust me.
And also, if someone did that, what would that look like to the rest of the Luciferians? They'd be like, "Whoa, hey, wait a minute, you don't, whoa." Do you understand? So they got it's a give and take deal. They've got them by the ball. They got them. They got them. You understand?
Nobody understands.
Okay. So immediately, however it went south, I don't know. I believe that Gypsy and David were on the phone back and forth. She had a cell phone. Remember that. Very close. They had each other's numbers, 100%. They were all, the police and stuff were in on this. Was a cover up, not to make her okay and make him a guilty monster. Any phone calls or correspondence between them that normally would have gotten text messages and phone calls, they weren't going to do that. And if they did, they're not going to tell anybody. So who knows what's going on between them? They might have been telling her exactly what to do. I don't know. I don't know that part. There's a reason they took so long to find those bodies, and that was purposeful. You can't tell me those cops went over there and didn't see it. You can't tell me David Blanchard. This also gave David Blanchard time. He had a key. Remember, he had a key. Lived just down the road. He could have went in and out of the house as much as he wanted at night. Those couple guys, a few days passed, like 3 days or something. He could, if they had a security camera in there, he could have went in there and got that out of there. What if they did lower the air way down at first? David Blanchard could have come up there and fixed the air, make it not look funny. Maybe they were doing all these things to try to fuck with the time of death, right? Right? That's reasonable doubt. If it gets if they can't even tell you when and how they died, good defense attorneys just go crazy with that in closing arguments. Okay, we've seen that a million times. If they can't tell, the time of death, or they get it screwed up or whatever, I don't know what all the motive was behind that. Was there some reason the cop and David Blanchard and all them didn't want the body to be found for a while? There's a reason for that. What it is, I don't fucking know. But they sprung into action, guys. Okay. I'm going to tell you, we're going to go through
He needs an EMT.
I'm about to run out of time because I had to do the other things, but I'm going to tell you about the police interviews, you guys, and then go back and watch them again and see what I'm telling you is true, how they did that. Okay? How they sprung in and made her victim. Him animal, her victim. Damn. Okay, so these cops are playing idiots. All right? Let me tell you this real quick and then I'll have to end it. As far as court goes, listen to me. When someone gets arrested and they go to first appearance wherever they're at. Now, first of all, you guys have to understand, they were in Wisconsin. They had to be extradited and brought back and all this shit. Of course, they didn't fight extradition rather, so it didn't take long or whatever. But they had to be brought back. When someone goes to first appearance, then the case is made. They create a case. It's going to be assigned to a prosecutor, and then at the jail, they're going to do the financial affidavit. If they've got their own attorney, then, well, that's their attorney. If not, then they will be assigned a public defender, too. Sometimes they do that at the last minute. Depends on the county, depends on how busy they are, whatever. Sometimes they'll assign a public defender and a prosecutor the day before or 2 days before. Then you show up to court, meet them, and whatever. But prosecutors and public defenders are assigned. Judges are not. Judges are either a lottery system where they'll have a computer where the computer will pick for you. And it just as AI sees where's the next best slot, which judge, as far as, you know what I mean? And then you'll go on that judge's docket when you go to first appearance. They'll put you on whatever judge docket, right? Whether it's felony or misdemeanor. Or the other system that we use where I practice was anybody that got arrested in a 24-hour period, if it was a felony, you went on a certain judge's docket and you'll go there for arraignment and your whole case will be handled there. If you were a misdemeanor, you went on this other judge's or county, right? For misdemeanor.
I hear him say that.
And that's how it went. You can't get your judge assigned. Now you can pull some tricks and try to, if you got a judge you don't want to recuse themselves or get them recused, but they're given to you. That's luck of the draw in one way or the other, okay? What I'm telling you is the public defender and the state
They're selected. They're scheduled for it by the schedule. They're selected. Okay, I'm at too long now. I've got to let you guys go, and we'll pick up there in the next video. Okay, guys. More of the sacrifice of Dee Dee Blanchard. This is more of the aftermath, the police cover up, and how that goes. Okay. So first of all, please like, subscribe, and share. You know the deal. Also, I know Gypsy Rose Blanchard, aka Ash Blonde, has got to be shaking in their fucking boots, man, because she knows everything I'm saying is true. Everything I've said in these videos here is true that I'm saying about her. Okay, and also about the shit that her and mother were doing in that home with the children, and I'll make a whole video on that here soon too. The whole thing on that. And she knows, but she's shaking in her boots. Not because of the law. She knows she's covered with that. She's shielded. She knows she doesn't have to worry about that. She's not worried about that. She's worried about the court of public opinion. Okay? Because remember, guys, she's a covert narcissist. Okay? The last thing in the world she can handle, the biggest narcissistic injury to a person like that, a covert narcissist, is her mask slipping. Because remember, they do all their evil, underhanded shit, but they want to put on that mask of, oh, but I'm this great little, you know, generous, kind, gentle, sweet, timid little, oh, I'd never say anything mean to anybody. Don't be a bully. Right? Meanwhile, they're doing this evil shit. She's a covert narcissist, 100%. We've covered that. She can't let the mask slip. So this is making her fucking crazy because she can't be, again, she's not going to get any legal trouble for any of this stuff. Okay? That's not what she's worried about. She's worried about because she knows everything I'm saying about that night and everything I'm saying about those children in her home and everything is the truth. Every bit of it. And I'm going to give lots of details when I tell about what was going on in that home. Lots of details. Again, that's another video. All right. You got to talk about the police cover up.
I don't.
Because again, they had to swing into motion and help her. Even though people don't ever during their sacrifice, initiation sacrifice, get caught doing that. And then that's why they have the scapegoat, guys. This wasn't supposed to happen this way at all. All right. So anyway, she's shaking her boots. And another thing, guys, right? I'm trying to make me going on to Wendy Adelson to coincide with her arrest because it's imminent. I'm not going to get into that, but you know, oh, Ash Blonde, Gypsy Rose is praying like all hell. Oh, please, God, please, God. I don't know who she is, but whoever the hell this Wendy Adelson is, this bitch, please get her arrested somehow. Please, please get her arrested. But anyway, I can do both anyway. All right. Police corruption. Let's start with the police, let alone the DA and the court system. Let's start with the police and the actual investigation. Next, if you have to, go over to Trixie Lane and watch the interview with David Blanchard, please, on YouTube. Go watch that, okay? Thank you for supplying that video, Trixie Lane. David Blanchard immediately inserts himself into this. And you guys, you true crime people out there, you know from past experience, when there's some weirdo there inserting themselves into the investigation, wanting to help, wanting to be back by the scene of the crime and all that shit. Serial killers do it and you know, they want information. They want to know, what do the police know? Where are they headed with this? What do they think? That's why he's so Mr. Helpful. When he was just there leading the ceremony to sacrifice this woman, and him and his wife were filming her being tortured, the whole thing, just a few days prior. And here he is in this police interview. Now, we also have to know, both the detective and David Blanchard know all police interrogations and interviews in America now must be must be filmed so we can see it and hear it. Audio and video must be. And they know that going in. Okay? You see David Blanchard, now watch, with the cop. That is code. He's telling, first of all, this cop was an amateur, green. I don't know what they told him, or they just I don't know what the deal is with that. But he's trying to tell David Blanchard, don't worry, man. The first time we went through, well, I'm trying to tell you, man, don't worry. The first time we went through, we didn't see anything either. Just don't worry, man. Okay, that's code of they're listening and watching us, guy, but it's cool. Then David Blanchard says, remember,
I swear I sat and stared right at that bed and didn't, it's just killing me. He moved her to that fucking bed. Don't forget, he's also had a key to the home the whole time. He could have went back and forth. It took him like 3 days before they got the body. Remember? He could have done anything in that home. Okay? David Blanchard is so neck deep in this because we told you he was the one conducting the ceremony. He's the one that brokered the deal. He's the go-to person for Gypsy. That's why I know they were on the phone back and forth. And he's the one that had this all set into motion. He was also there, right? Dragging Dan Glidewell. Did you see that? Let's hear what they got about that. Are they talking about him? Because when Dan Glidewell is the one that helped to move the fucking body back to the bed, along with Ace. Okay? Let's see what they got. Are they talking about him? What's the deal? And then puts up some fake, right? Some fake diss. And I'm throwing Glidewell under the bus. Well, I don't know, because he was just trying to do something romantic with Gypsy, and that was just knowing damn well Gypsy is a full-grown adult, knowing Gypsy's been fucking Dan Glidewell and got a thing for him, knowing that could never go anywhere because she's an adult anyway. Okay, that was pure theater to throw salt into the game and to get information. That's all that was. Let's move on to Gypsy's police interrogation. Immediately, she's in there lying her ass off. This detective knows also we're being videoed. She doesn't know that. He knows we're going to be video and audio. I can't tell her before we go in there because they don't want her to try to act, right? They need this to be true. All his aim was, I've watched a million police interviews, and I also know their tactics. They get trained all the time with tactics and in services, detectives all the time, guys, okay? His aim was told to go in there, just get her to fucking admit that she knows her mother's dead and she knows what happened, and then turn it around on Nick. Throw her a life preserver until she latches onto it. That was his aim. And that's exactly what he did. But he goes in there, and first she's just lying her ass off. Do you see how despicable she is? Go watch the interview again. Go watch it. No, she's not dead. No, knowing goddamn well she cut her throat and drank her blood. Not a couple days ago, her own mother. Tell me it wasn't suicide. She was bipolar. He raped me. My mom was real sick, and I hope it wasn't. No, it wasn't anything medical. It wasn't a disease thing. Okay? Then when he finally gets her to start crying and going, yeah, it was Nick, and he then the detective turns from hard ass on her, which was all theater, because again, he knows it's being videoed, turns into, all right, Gypsy baby, you're doing really good. You're doing really good telling me. The fucking snowball won't get any bigger now. The fucking clown. I know he did it to your mama. I know. And you couldn't stop him. He was too strong, baby. I know you couldn't overpower him. I know you couldn't stop him. You couldn't. He was too strong. You couldn't. I know. And then how about we go into the mama said he was the in the closet type of the Jeffrey Dahmer type. And then he goes, and you know your mama was right. You know that. You know that's what he is. He made you do these things. You know your mama was right. That's what he is, and that's what he made you do. You know that. Setting the stage right there. That's what that dude did. Now, am I saying that he's a Luciferian? Absolutely not. Maybe he is. He's probably adjacent. He's probably knows that when this certain person comes or they're told a certain thing, he's going to get paid for it. He got paid well for that on top. Okay. Extra. Okay. He got paid for that. But he might have also been, if he didn't want to, threatened. Or remember, they sent 2 detectives in a car to drive from Missouri to Wisconsin to do these. Okay. Don't forget that. And I'm sure they traveled together. Right?
Somebody
So
needs to refer him
that's
to
what
the
he was told to do. Whether he's is one or is adjacent, he was just told, go in there. That's what you do. You're going to get paid, and or we're going to threaten them or whatever. Or they just sent the people that knew that they would go do what they were supposed to do, and got paid for it. Okay, so that's what the deal was with her. Now let's look at Nick's. That bitch was supposed to go in there and get him to admit that he hated her and she had a problem with the mom and all this shit. So he turned and freaked out and killed her. He mutilated her genitals. He did that and all this shit. But she couldn't really get him to be too. They did the best they could to him and make it look like, yeah, he finished it. He got on her back and he finished it. He's the one that took her out. When they knew it was all bullshit, it was all a big setup. Okay? They were trying to pin the genital mutilation on him. But that obviously wasn't going to work. That's why they never mentioned it. We didn't hear about it. We didn't hear it. It's not in the autopsy. We didn't hear about that. But you know from the way they were asking them questions, they were trying to understand what went down, what was going on down there. Use your common sense. Why else would she keep asking him that? She was trying to pin that on him. That was her goal. Now, do you see how she walked in there and talked to him like a baby? Do you see that? She talked to him like a child. She was told he was slow in all this and go in there. Once she found out how fucking slow he was when he was acting like Rain Man from Jump, yeah, they serve ham sandwiches and it's good with mayonnaise. I like ham sandwiches with mayonnaise. They should have not got him to sign his rights. They should have got him an attorney. And if this was for real, they would have even if they would have got him an attorney, the attorney would have said, we're not talking to you. But of course, this was to right away take the onus off of her. They know it's her. They're all in on it and blame it on him. He's the evil monster that freaked out and killed the mother. She set it up then in her interrogation. Yeah, my mom hated him and she hated him. Untrue. She adored Nick and really liked Nick. And that wouldn't work either. She tried to drive that wedge between them with their fucking gaslighting and her fucking triangulation and all that bullshit covert narcissists do. That didn't work, okay? So she's talking to him like a baby. She is a seasoned homicide detective. They don't just hire as a detective. You have to be a cop for a while. You have to work up to be a detective. You got to take all these classes and internships. You got to do all these things to be a detective.
Really?
And they don't just send anybody in a car to drive all the way to Wisconsin when it's, if it was for real, with all they know is they found some big lady dead, all cut up in a weird way, moved around the house, drained of her blood, if they were being truthful. And we got these two people that we know that did it over here in Wisconsin. We're going to send you there. If it was real and true, it would have been way different. She would have, do you think she talks to someone that, if it was true and she wasn't coached ahead of time and told what to do and what the situation is, and you're going to go along with it, so we're going to pay you to go up there and do that, and you're just going to go along. She's adjacent. I'm not saying she's a Luciferian, but how her family might be, her dad might be, who knows? But she's paid an adjacent. Do you not see what happened, guys? Get it to look like he finished her off and he did it, when all he did was stabbing a dead body. He's telling him she didn't move, she didn't shout out, she didn't do anything when I was stabbing her. We saw it with our eyes and we heard it with our fucking ears. She talked to him like a baby. Do you think she's ever, when you see a grisly murder and you're going to just first time talk to this person, are you going to talk to him like a fucking baby? Do you think she talks to other murder suspects and other witnesses like a fucking baby? I'm not saying they don't come in nice and do nice cop, good cop, bad cop and all that, but they don't talk to him like fucking children. And that's some more of the police cover of the beginning of it. And I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everybody. I just woke up from a nap. I do a little walk and talk. My wife has to mail something. And since I wanted to get the exercise and we have a post office in the neighborhood, I just thought I'd throw it in my backpack here and walk it there because it's not far. Okay. So this way I can get a little walk and talk on you. Okay. Now don't think I'm Mr. Wonderful running this to the post office for my wife, because there is a selfish
deal to this. Okay, if we're being honest, she is working on creating my favorite meal, and I don't want to interrupt that. Also, she has a friend over, and they were just going to take off and do it. So I'm doing this for her because for various reasons. But anyway, so here we go. Let's talk about this. Now, I left off last with the police. It's obvious with these fucking interrogations, you guys. Go look at all of them. David Blanchard's that Trixie Lane has provided for us, bless her heart. The other two. Of course, well, it's Gypsy and Nick, right? Just look at them. Okay. Now let's talk about, then once the police are done with it. Oh, so then the medical examiner. That is Springfield, Missouri. That's Greene County. That's not a podunk little town. There's more than one person that does autopsies. Okay, you know, who knows how many people die in a big town, big area like that. I think you know what I mean? Who knows how many people die in a day? Not everyone gets an autopsy, of course, but listen, lots of people drop dead of aneurysms, where they just fall out. They have to do an autopsy to figure out what that was, or have heart attacks or strokes just out of nowhere. That are otherwise we're all right, healthy people. They have to do autopsies for all that shit. People where it's a natural death and there's nothing wrong, but they don't know, they just fell out, or an accident occurred. If you get hurt at work and you get killed by something, they don't just say, well, they got killed by the machine. They do an autopsy and find out what happened. You know what I mean? And for various other reasons. Okay, so the medical examiner, of course, is either luciferian themselves or someone adjacent. You guys, they always make sure they have these people placed all over in case they're needed. And this was a situation when they're needed. All David Blanchard had to do was make one phone call. They all know their responsibility and they all know what they're supposed to do. This is a very formal, orderly thing. It has been around since the beginning of time. Okay, and as everything progresses, of course, you get it. All right. So the right medical examiner was assigned, and they were set. That's why we didn't hear about any burns, because Nick doesn't smoke. Rest of them do. We didn't hear about the genital mutilation. They were trying like all hell to put that on him, and that would have been the centerpiece of the medical examiner. When the medical examiner would have got up on the stand on Nick's trial, that would have been the centerpiece of the whole thing. They would have had a big, huge fucking poster of poor Dee Dee's private parts mutilated all to hell in front of that jury to see, and make them look at that shit. That's what they would have done. Okay, and they probably would have sought the death penalty if they could have put that on him. That's how despicable they are.
I don't know what he is. This is the craziest mess I've ever heard.
So anyway.
Ever in my life.
So the medical examiner's in their pocket, guys.
You too, Leslie.
That's why we got the autopsy. That is not what an autopsy looks like, guys. I've dealt with.
I am, and for those of you wondering why I'm still watching this shit, I'm literally listening to this and taking notes. When I said that I was treating this as a case, I am. Because I feel like this man is going to be a case. I feel like we are going to see him. And not on social media. I now have 7 pages of notes and timestamps. Sweet Cheeks is at a cricket match, so I am burning the midnight oil. Thank you to everybody who's still hanging in here with me like a hair in a biscuit. I don't want to say right now, Renee. I'll tell you in my chat. He really does, Senator. This man is dangerous. And I'm not saying, he literally needs psychiatric evaluation. And how anybody that is close to him cannot see that, I do not understand. I don't know that I'm even going to sleep, to be honest with you, because I'm so disturbed by this. And I've said this earlier tonight, and I will say it again. It is not very often that something like this bothers me. I can count on one hand the number of times that I have actually been bothered by something that the people on the internet have said or done. Because in most cases, it's just dumb ass, big mouthed blowhards who fail at life and have zero control of their personal life. So they have to act like Billy badasses on the internet. I do, Lori. And I don't typically pay them any attention. This is different. Absolutely, Senator. Absolutely. This man is dangerous. And people can say what they want to about Gypsy and, the fact that she unalived her mother and everything else. But like I said earlier, and I mean, Christy was in here, Gypsy's stepmother. I'm not worried about Gypsy. I'm worried about the baby. If you look on this man's page in his posts, he literally is saying that Gypsy named Aurora after Lucifer's mother. They're trying to infer that child is the spawn of Satan. And to a religious zealot, that is like fighting words. Sherry, I have no idea who he is. Bubbles, that's exactly what I said. And I am not so much worried about what this man is going to do because I don't think he's a physical threat. I'm worried about what he is inciting because somebody just as crazy as he is just looking for a cause or a reason. And that's all it's going to take. Is for one of them to happen upon this and take action. And that is what bothers me. And I have had a literal, I have had this gut feeling all night that something bad is going to happen. And I hope I'm wrong.
Bunch of autopsies. Not going to say thousands, but I've dealt with several. And they're big, voluminous reports. An autopsy is not just what happened to the body. It is an examination. It is an investigative tool, is what an autopsy is by definition. They put the whole story together.
He's spiraling.
If it's an odd death or a complex case, or they know it's a murder, they want to put the whole story together. They go talk to people before the death. They find out exactly what happened, how they died. Then they find out what, where, how. Wow, that's what the medical examiner does. It's an investigator. It's not just a doctor that finds out what's wrong on the body. Okay, and her body was moved around the house. And her blood was drained, and they know that. Of course they know that. Okay, so the medical examiner is knee-deep in. That's how that worked out, okay? Now, the defense attorney, we know...
What Tyler ever dreamed of being.
Is Stanfield. I know 100% he is a Luciferian involved in child trafficking. So is Jeray Giroux. Do you get it? Okay, now, Dan Patterson... I guess that was the prosecutor, or whoever the prosecutor was. I get the names all confused. He is either a Luciferian or he is adjacent. They'll pay him, and he'll just do it. You guys, when people get high up and they figure out how things work, there's no point in fighting it. There's no point in, they already know, well, this is how it goes, and they own the whole.
I think so too, Senator.
Go with them and make the money, or try to fight them and be the hero, and they'll just have you killed, make you look crazy, and have you landed in jail with kitty porn on your computer.
This was the stuff that he said when we were talking about it this morning. I would have called Christy immediately, even though it was her birthday.
All right, so they assigned them. So now he's got, Nick's defense attorney also working against him. Do you actually think any of that shit would have flew with a real defense attorney? Even a fucking public defender. Some of the best lawyering in this country comes out of the public defender's office. I don't care what you say. That's the truth. They're the ones struggling to they're the ones that are actually trying to help people. And they're also the ones that are actually trying to make a name for themselves. Okay? There's no way any attorney would have let that shit fly if they were really representing their client like they're supposed to. Okay? I've only done a prosecutor. I don't do defense. I won't do that. Because when you're a prosecutor, you have discretion. If you don't have the evidence on the person, you have the discretion to just drop the charges. Yeah, you might have to deal with the family tripping, but look, this person probably did it, but I can't prove this.
This man just said he's a prosecutor. Did I just hear that right? Did he did he just say he's a prosecutor? Or did I just dream that? This shit gets crazier. By the minute. He has just said he is a prosecutor. What in the actual hell? What? Oh my God.
So I just don't do anything with it. You drop it. Defense attorneys, you can turn down a case, but if you're trying to make money, you're going to take what walks in your fucking door. And I'm not defending a bunch of child molesters and rapists and people that really are killing people. I'm not doing that. I'll help you in jail with that shit. But I'm not helping you get out of it. All right. Not that I'm saying defense attorneys are bad. We have to have that. It's an adversarial system. And I respect defense attorneys that go all fucking in. Even if it's cockamamie.
What's wrong?
If they try it, I got all their training. That's how it's supposed to be set up. Okay, now, where were we? So, he's got his own defense attorney working against him. The district attorney, her attorney, and the medical examiner. The only one they don't have in their pocket is that judge. Luck of the draw, Judge Smith isn't adjacent or one. And you recall, Judge Smith did not want to accept the plea agreement at first because he questioned, why is the hitman testifying? Why is the principal that wanted her mother whacked testifying against the hitman in the first time ever? Like I've made videos on. And then if you Google or do an AI search, it says something to the effect of, at first he was reluctant, Judge Smith, but then when the state and the defense came and had a talk with him and reviewed the evidence further, then he had a change of heart. Yeah, he did. That means he was either threatened or they paid him or some combination thereof. He might have got the 8x12 glossies of his children or grandchildren playing out of recess in school and how they lured them up to the fence and took a big 8x10 black and white of them and to let you know, we can come get them anytime. We won't see them.
And I just misquoted myself. So it's not against the law in the sense that anybody can say they're an attorney. He did say he's a prosecutor, Jilly Bear. He said it several times now. It's not against the law in the fact that he is saying that he is an attorney. What is against the law is if he offers legal advice to someone under the guise of it coming from an attorney, or if he tries to represent someone. That's where it becomes illegal. What he's doing right now is not. I mean, because anybody can say that they're anything.
And they'll end up on the slab. You know what time it is. So that's how it goes. They were all in on it to take the onus off of her. This has nothing to do with she was a sweet little girl that was sick and they thought she was abused and it was election time. It's none of that. It's because she made a deal. And when she drank of the cup of the blood of the sacrifice and completed the ritual and the sacrifice on film, the deal was done. Something lost, something gained. I'll see you in the next video.
I agree. I agree.
Well, I hate to have to break it down like this, but some of you are finding it very hard to swallow, very hard to believe that Dee Dee Blanchard was, in fact, engaging in child playing in the traffic. Okay? I told you that she took a soft role. No one's hurting one or anything. She just took care of children like she was a baby, glamorized babysitter who got paid very well for it. Okay? Kids they dropped off there. Sorry, excuse me. That's all her role was, okay, guys? She wasn't torturing or hurting anybody.
It's quite obvious.
But we know that's still bad, but they paid her very, very well. Now, I have to point this out to everyone. People say, oh my God, the proof.
Just saying.
Okay, well, she had thousands and thousands of dollars in the safe. I don't even know how, like 15,000 or something. And that's what they told us. That's what's accounted for. I'm sure there was much more than that. You get paid big money for this shit. Now, before I got it, and then we have these people that actually say this. They actually say, well, she was getting welfare checks. She was good with money, and she saved up those welfare checks because she was very careful to make sure with her and Gypsy. She saved up those welfare checks in there. Well, guess what? No, that's bullshit because Gypsy and her either went out to eat every night or ordered in every night, okay? As evidenced by a lot of shit. What people said, what these kids said that way they were ordered in, okay? I actually had drivers, Pizza Hut drivers in my comments that said they used to bring Domino's to her all the time and they dreaded going to her house because it was the farthest you could possibly go from that store and still be in range because they knew when you were going to go. Dee Dee was going to be sweet as hell. They said Gypsy always just sat there in the chair looking at him, smiling and waving like a weirdo. And Dee Dee was always sweet as hell, but you were not going to get a tip. Nothing. She always had coupons. He said, and as an example, it was in my fucking comments, guys, on a video. We were just talking about her being cheap. If this was the example he gave. If the order was $12.25 and she gave you 13.
What?
She's standing there and she's waiting on those 3 fucking quarters back.
Okay, this dude's full of shit.
And you're not getting any tip at all. Nothing.
This dude is full of shit. Full of shit. You want to know how I know that? I'll tell you how I know that. Because I've been to fucking Springfield and I've been to their house. I went there in 2019 when I first started covering this case. The beginning of my true crime journey, I went to Springfield, Missouri. Me and 2 of my daughters drove there. And they are literally less than 5 minutes from the middle of town. The motel where Nick stayed, the road that goes beside Gypsy's house that you turn off of to get into her neighborhood, and The neighborhood that she lived in is an entire neighborhood of Habitat for Humanity houses. That's all that's there. And it is literally on the motel where Nick stayed is at the end of the road that they lived off of. It is less than 5 miles from where they lived, where he was at the motel. It literally is a hugely populated area. Springfield is not a small town. There are pizza places everywhere. And if it depends on which way you go to their house, because there's 2 different ways you can go. You can go from over where Walmart is and go the back way, which is by the motel and to their house, or you can go back out onto the other highway, and then there's another Walmart and go that way to the mall. There's 2 different ways that you can go. But either way that you go, they are not anywhere out of their way from pizza delivery guys. So I don't know where the shit, whoever told him this is bullshit, if they even told him this. And anybody can be anybody on the internet. He has zero proof that whoever that is that he claims was in his comments is an actual pizza delivery driver. That is just somebody telling you something, dude, and you have taken them at face value for what they've told you. Oh my God. And this is exactly why people like him and all of these other people who talk about stuff like this and put inaccurate information out there, this is exactly why they're dangerous. Who knows? Who knows, Bubbles? Who knows? I doubt it happened at all, to be honest. If this man is an attorney, I am a brain surgeon.
There's a point to this. They go out to eat every night. They seldom cook there. Plus, if you look around in the crime scene, guys, look at all the bags of shit everywhere. They were shopping and shit all the time. These 2 were scammers, man.
Well, they were that.
This is Stelma and Louise. Fucking wild ass Cajun fucking wild occult bitches edition. Okay? I'm trying to be nice. That's what this is. Scamming since she's been a fucking preteen, those 2. Any way they could. All right? Plenty of money running around. Look at shopping bags all over the place. Eating out every night or ordering in. How could she possibly do that with just welfare checks and just getting charity shit from here and there? She didn't have a job. Come on, guys. They painted the house like a fucking daycare or a preschool. Why would they do that? Gypsy was grown, guys. Stop this. These toys and dolls and all this shit. Come on, guys. I know it's difficult to believe. Everyone got over the hump of, she didn't abuse Gypsy physically or maybe mentally. Yeah, mentally she did. Not physically or medically abused Gypsy. Okay. But guys, that doesn't mean she doesn't do other shady shit for money. The love of money is the root of many evil things, man. And it makes people do crazy shit.
Amen on that.
But that's the truth, guys. I wouldn't say this about her, but I didn't know this for a fact. You guys are proof. I need proof. It's 3 witness statements, man. And one of them is willing to do it. But you guys are so mean and awful that you want to defend this bitch you don't even know, who has a history of teaching her daughter to scam shit and other things. and you'll defend, and you're fucking defender like you're hill to die on. So, but 3 witness statements saying the same thing that don't know each other at different times. The fact that she had all the money in there and had no reason for that. She's caught up with a bunch of devil worshipers. She's in Springfield where they have this system that they do this with the children. Her windows are blacked out. Come on, guys. Come on, man. What? Okay, you know what? Someone shoot to me. What's an example of some kind of proof that you want? What proof do you want? Do you need a video of Gypsy and her discussing with someone and saying the words, well, we're going to traffic some children today? Like, no one even talks that way. What proof do you want? They were paying her in cash and she was putting money in the safe. What do you want me to do? You guys know they were admitting to $11,000 or $15,000 or whatever recovered. They're admitting to that. Where would she get that money from? Do you think she was selling drugs? She wasn't selling her body. That is proof. But I'm asking you, someone tell me an example of what kind of proof you want me to provide. I want you to tell me what you want. Well, you want a confession from Gypsy or Dee Dee? That's not going to happen. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. I could put this in front of a jury and I'd get a conviction in probably 2 hours. See you in the next video.
Wow. Now let me go look at this Trixie Lane person that he's talking about. I have no idea who this person is either. I'm so glad I don't know any of these people. So this is who he says we need to go to for evidence.
On August 3rd, 2015, I was contacted by Greene County Sheriff's Office Corrections Officer Dwight Willis about a letter he had received from Gypsy to be mailed to a Rachel and Ray Miller. Corrections Officer Willis stated that he was advised by Greene County prosecuting attorney Dan Patterson to have the letter turned over to me and logged into evidence. I obtained the letter from Corrections Officer Willis and signed a chain of custody form. I reviewed the letter and then logged the letter into evidence. The letter was dated July 28th, 2015, and contained information about how Gypsy was overwhelmed. When she found out, Rachel and Ray tried to write her a letter.
I don't even know where to begin to explain it. Just start with, I'm sorry. I feel like I owe you both an explanation and apology. But everyone forgets. I did not kill her. My ex did. And he even confessed. My part was small, in all and yet. I'm taking what seems a lot of heat for it. The media has even showed pics of me in a costume from last Halloween by a comic book girl from the Batman comics. But they shared it to make me look crazy, troubled, and evil. And I'm not. I know you must feel confused and maybe upset. I understand. Y'all thought me and Mom was this perfect little family. Happy as can be. But behind closed doors, things was far from okay.
She talked about how Nicholas was her ex-boyfriend and how the media is making her out to be a monster.
My part was small in this.
Yet, she felt as though she was taking a lot of the blame for the murder, she stated in the letter.
Yes, I'm in trouble and a part of this horrible, tragic act.
Gypsy talked about how her life with her mother was not what everyone thought it was. She talked about how she was not sick and she was very healthy. She claimed to not remember what had happened because of the medication she was on. She talked about the relationship she was building with her biological father and about how she would be able to stay with him when she gets out of jail. The letter did not contain anything else pertinent to the homicide case. Flores said, Gypsy was creepy smart, and she does not want to see Gypsy get away with it, referring to the murder. Flores asked Gypsy if she had sought Nicholas out, referring to Gypsy seeing Nicholas out to kill her mom. Gypsy told Flores,
I probably did.
Flores began to tell me some things Gypsy had told her about the murder. She mentioned how Nicholas had a cut on his finger from stabbing Dee Dee. Flores told me Gypsy told her she cleaned up the blood from the bed to the bathroom using carpet cleaner and wipes. During my interview with Gypsy, she told me several times she did not go into her mother's room after she was dead. Flores said,
This is so stupid. This is what people watch? Unfucking real. I'm looking at this. So this one's been making content for 10 months. And she calls David Blanchard Diddy. Yeah, she seems like another winner.
Well, I hate to have to break it down like this, but some of you are finding it very hard to swallow.
Jesus. Oh my God, y'all. He has one about the Idaho 4.
Hey guys, I don't have a lot of information, man, but I just want to drop this to you to let you know I was trying to expose Wendy Adelson next. I just explained to everyone with Karma Collector 101. If you haven't, I have a pinned video of it explaining what this channel is really about. It's murders and killings related to that has satanic rituals and satanic sacrifices involved with them, right? So we did Gypsy Rose. I've already told you that. And Nick was the scapegoat in that case, right? I told you Wendy Adelson. I was trying to start that case. That was a rich satanic one too. Now our organization has just been brought information, and I haven't even gone through anything yet. That we have reason to believe that Brian Kohlberger, the gentleman in Idaho that just pled to life in prison without parole for all of that, is indeed the scapegoat of that case too. Those girls in that Greek society sacrificed that girl in a ritual as an initiation. I'm telling you guys, I told you in one of my previous videos that a lot of it goes with the secret societies. That's where they get them. Not the secret societies. Well, those too, like at Yale and Harvard and stuff. I'm talking about not the sororities, the Greek societies, I meant to say. Sororities and fraternities, they go to them and get them out of there too. Because it goes back to the pagans, back to Greek mythology. You get that, back to the Greek times, way back then. That's why they have them. So this is brand new. Just like Nick was a scapegoat, I told you they like to blame it on someone that's outside of the Brotherhood. That's why they set him up, right?
Wendy and Harvey Adelson have set up Charlie and Donna to take the fall outside of the Brotherhood. These girls set up, as far as I know, I'm not certain yet, but just got the information. These girls set up Brian to be the scapegoat outside of the Brotherhood in order to set him up so their sacrifice could be complete and they could get away with it. Do you understand? This is how they do it. They are the scapegoats. I'll see you in the next video. This is brand new information I just got now. Oh my goodness.
Y'all. Um. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Um, huh. I don't know. I don't know. This has been quite the experience tonight. Let me tell you. Oh, Bubbles, I've been speechless a lot tonight. Oh, I was speechless for almost 5 minutes. This is a whole new level of batshit. I didn't think I'd ever see anybody crazier than Fancy. And yet here we are. Here we are. This man is like nothing I've ever seen. Nothing I've ever seen. Mm-mm-mm. All right, y'all. I'm going to get off here and try to get some sleep. Like I said, Sweet Cheeks is at a cricket tournament, so he is going to be gone. And I'm going to try to go to bed early. Earlier than usual. But thank you all for hanging out and subjecting yourselves to this traumatic experience with me tonight. I appreciate it, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all.